So our agenda for today is item number 1. Which is stakeholder engagement. Now, I'm going to stall here for some time before we even go forward, because right here I'll give you 3 questions of ACP certification exam. Learning should happen right when information is communicated to the people, to the participants, right there. There should be no agenda. I don't believe in agendas if there is no value in it. So stakeholder engagement, I'll open this forum up immediately, and I'll ask Liliana to tell me one word that she can map to stakeholder engagement. One word. Just one word, Liliana.
Communication.
Very good. You actually said what I want to hear from you. If you want to engage, now look, what Liliana said is communication. If you want to engage with your stakeholders, communicate with them. So this chapter called Stakeholder Engagement, which PMI says is the domain 3. So we are not looking at domain 2, we are looking at domain 3 today. There is a reason for that I'll tell you about. So this chapter called domain 3, Stakeholder Engagement, and if you want to engage with stakeholder, what is it that you need to do? You cannot not talk to your stakeholders. You have to communicate with your stakeholders. Great answer, Liliana. There we go. Now let's go to Converl. Converl, what else? Stakeholder engagement, one word. What comes to your mind?
Value delivery, or
okay, one word, and think with me now, right? How do you what do you, so you and I right now, you and I, what am I passing on to you?
information.
Very good. So this chapter has some sentiments. One of the sentiment is engage with your stakeholders to do what? Communicate, as Liliana said. We are in the right flow. Good job, Converl. Second is communicate to share information, but don't just share any information. Make it a two-way feedback system. So what is communication? Communication is a two-way feedback system where the sender of information, for example, Converl sends a report to Liliana. So Converl is the sender of information. Liliana is the receiver of information, where the sender of information must immediately act on the feedback received. So if Converl sends the information as an agile coach to one of the stakeholders, Liliana, who happens to be a key stakeholder, Liliana picks up the phone and tells Converl, could you please add something? She should immediately act on it. Otherwise, there is a disconnect. This information exchange was not effective and efficient. So what is communication looking at this scenario? How do you define communication to leadership? I define communication to leadership as communication is a two-way feedback system. It is a feedback system where sender of communication must act on the feedback received. This is when communication becomes efficient and effective. Otherwise, communication is never efficient, never effective. Make it efficient, make it effective. So good job. Good, Liliana. Good, Converl, and everyone in the class for listening. That's great. Now we are moving on further. So two sentiments of stakeholder engagement. Two sentiments of stakeholder engagement are communication and information. What else? How do I say your name? Afolabi, welcome to the course, first of all. Is that how I say your name? Oh, you're on mute.
Okay. Were you talking to me, Ahmed?
Yes. Is it Afolabi?
Yes, please. Yes. Good morning.
Okay. All right. So what else comes to your mind when I say stakeholder engagement? Liliana said communication, Kanwal said information, and Afalabi said this. What? What else?
Processing
What
it.
think, let's think together. Let's think together. So you, Afalabi, and I, the stakeholder.
Okay,
Sorry?
okay, maybe relationship management.
Relationship management. And how do you do relationship management? When will relationship management take place? When you will. So I just joined your team today. You are the agile coach. What would you do?
Yeah. Sorry.
And I'm a subject matter expert. You need information from me. What would you do? You start communicating with me, start sharing information by doing what? By doing what? By everyone, let's think together. What word comes out of it? Sorry, what word? Everyone.
By collaboration, Hemant.
Collaboration, collaborate.
Collaboration. These are the three core sentiments of this chapter, guys. Three core sentiments. And three core questions in the exam come from: continue to communicate with your stakeholder, share information and act on the feedback, and keep your information as efficient and effective as possible. And Falabi said a great thing, actually, relationship building. What comes to my mind is also relationship building, but relationship building does not happen without collaborating, right? Collaboration is the next thing. Absolutely. But what else leads to effective stakeholder engagement? Now I'll go to Rahul. Rahul, stakeholder engagement. Liliana said communication. Karmal said information sharing. And Afalabi said collaborate with stakeholders. And Rahul said to communicate information by collaborating with stakeholders, we must demonstrate we must have some kind of, what should you have? No, what should you have? What do you develop with time? Slowly you develop. You're not born with certain things, but you start developing things. What are those called? You and I are having conflicting priorities right now. You and I are two stakeholders. We are having conflicting priorities. You are using something. You're using what comes to your mind when I start writing something like this.
Interpersonal skills.
Very good. Interpersonal skills, such as, we'll talk about such as. So what we are doing is we are creating the mind map of this chapter. So I said something very interesting here. I don't know how many of you heard this. So let me ask, let's see. Let me ask Wendy or Manish. Let me start with Manish. Manish, this question for you. The question is, when two stakeholders are engaged in a conversation or there is some kind of diversion, when two stakeholders are engaged in a conversation, there's some kind of diversion going on, or I'll use the specific word, there are conflicting priorities. I think that requirement number 9 is really important, and you feel that requirement number 2 is really important. You feel requirement number 2 is important because it will deliver better
value.
Deliver better what?
It will deliver better value to the project.
Very good. Stop here. So Agile is all about value delivery. Keep this in mind always. So if you have a requirement in your product backlog, which is called the user story, it exists in that product backlog because it is going to deliver value. So the conflict is not my requirement or requirement. The conflict should always be, the debate should always be, which requirement delivers better value. Do we all agree? Right? The debate should not be personal. Debate should be, what is it better for our organization? If that remains a debate, interpersonal skills such as negotiation skills come into play. Facilitation skills come into play. So you may just want to write down here like this: negotiation, negotiation, facilitation. So exam question: anytime there are conflicting priorities, So I'm in a room with my stakeholders. This is the life of a BA, everyday life of a BA. I'm in a room with my stakeholders, and stakeholders are saying requirement 7 is important. Some stakeholders saying 2 is important. What do? I quickly facilitate a session to build common understanding and consensus with my stakeholders. That's what I do, right? I facilitate. In that facilitation session, I negotiate to create win-win situation for both my stakeholders. Win-win situations, right? Not win-lose situation, because win-lose creates compromise. Compromise is never good because one is a winner, one is a loser. Agile mindset is about creating win-win situation. So 2 interpersonal skills that we will focus on would be negotiation and facilitation. So good job, Manish, answering that question. Now I will ask now I will ask Wendy the next question. Wendy, I talked about 2 interpersonal skills, negotiation and facilitation. And I said, what did I say? When do we facilitate?
When you have a conflict
And you
and
have conflicting priorities around requirements or user stories, right? From Agile standpoint, fair? So remember this from exam standpoint, guys, a scenario in front of you where you are being asked to use a certain interpersonal skill and there is conflicting priority with stakeholder on certain requirement. What would you do? Your answer is not negotiate. Your answer is facilitate and then negotiate. Facilitate and then negotiate. Not just go negotiate. Facilitate respectfully and then negotiate, right? But interpersonal skills are negotiation and facilitation. And Wendy said something like conflict. Did you say, Wendy, conflict? Yes, conflict resolution is also an interpersonal skill that gets deployed by the agile coach, by the project manager, by the business analyst, by the delivery manager, by these different roles that exist in an organization. And conflict resolution best happens, I will go to Gorangna now. Conflict resolution best happens when, Gorangna, when if you want to resolve conflict, what's the best thing you should do? Gorangna is muted, so we'll let it go.
You should have a like transparent communication, like bring the both parties together.
Okay, so so what do? So you've got the party here, you are the project manager, I am the stakeholder, I have a conflict. What should you do now? I'm in the meeting with you, sitting right here with you. Now we are having a conflict. What would you do?
Listen actively.
Wait, guys, let's just Gorangna answer it.
Yeah, like let both of them present their sides.
No, let who has, if I have a difference in opinion with you, you are the project manager. Your job is to facilitate this session because I won't let this project fly from here on, right? Fair?
Mm-hmm.
So what would you do? What should you do? When you invited me into the room, what should you do?
Make you understand my viewpoint and understand yours.
Your viewpoint, impose your viewpoint on people?
No.
Do you think this vice president who has come to a meeting, who has the authority to even fire you, would allow that?
No.
So what should you do? You should listen or actively listen. Yep. Fair?
Yep. Listen actively.
Yeah. That question on the exam. So what I'm doing right now is I am giving you those 20 questions that you will see from this chapter. This is what will come on the exam. Nothing but this. This is what ACP is all about, the mindset. So don't undermine this discussion that's taking place. I'm hoping you're writing everything, because everything that I'm writing is the first page of your read that will come to you. It is the first page of your read, but what I'm doing here is I'm giving you a mind map of the entire thing. So Gorangna, good job. I know this diversion is good for the class because they are listening to this diversion between you and I. Actively listen always. Never impose your point of view, because stakeholders are extremely powerful people, right? They are heavyweights in the organization when they come into our meeting. And even if someone is not a heavyweight, they need an ear, right? So good, active listening. Active listening, Pranay, to do what? Active listening to do what? Do what? Why do you want to listen to the stakeholder? Because you want to
understand their point of view.
very good. Understand. Good. Class, we are moving in the right direction. Look, automatically we're thinking together, right? So active listening to understand what the stakeholder, Meham, what the stakeholder
Wants.
what the stakeholder is,
Asking
when
for.
someone is harsh on you, what happens in your heart? You feel what the stakeholder is feeling.
Okay.
What the stakeholder is feeling, right? If
Yeah.
you become a leader who is willing to listen to people and understand what the stakeholders are feeling, you are, Samsher, demonstrating what? What are you demonstrating? Samsher, what are you demonstrating? This is a very important part of your PMP preparation, and I created a quadrant, 4-quadrant in front of you, and I told you the journey to inspirational leadership starts from somewhere, by developing something. Sorry?
Sorry, this is Shamsher.
Yeah, Samsher, go ahead.
Demonstrating active listening?
No, so everything that's on the board is not the answer, because we have moved in a certain way. So I created a quadrant in front of the class in the PMP sessions, and I said there are 4 quadrants. The journey to inspirational leadership starts with developing this core skill, which has become such an critical aspect of human development. What is that skill?
Mindfulness.
No,
Empathy.
it's not politics that we have to be grateful, right? Projects are not politics. Projects are actions.
Emotional intelligence.
There is no politics. Meham, what do you think?
Sorry, could you repeat that again?
Whatever I ask Samsher is the question. So, okay, keep go. I open this to the class. What do you guys think?
Emotional intelligence.
Emotional intelligence.
You
Yeah.
demonstrate empathy.
Leadership.
Emotional intelligence. Your ability to, what is emotional intelligence? So there are 2 exam questions, or there are 2 things that you need to know. Emotional intelligence, first, how do you develop emotional intelligence? Emotional intelligence first is knowing yourself. Know your own emotions. Because if you do not know how to control your emotions, how would you even hear other people? Like Gorangana gave a classic example. I will call the VP in the meeting, I'll impose my viewpoint on them, right? But if you know your own emotions, and if you were put in the same situation, emotional intelligence is, if you put yourself in the same situation, what will happen? You accordingly adjust your behavior, right? Because if you always feel that if I were in this person's position, what would happen, right? So emotional intelligence has 2 components to it. The first component of emotional intelligence is knowing yourself. And knowing yourself means having self-confidence. Knowing yourself means having self-control over the emotions, right? The greatest destruction in world happened because we didn't control the emotions. The relationships have cracked, right? And disintegrated because we do have no control over our emotions. We just say things without thinking. In modern project management world, there is zero tolerance for this behavior. There is zero tolerance for this behavior. So emotional intelligence, number 1 component, know yourself. Second, now know others. Only when you will know yourself and start knowing others, and genuinely and authentically, there are 2 words, genuine and authentic. Genuinely and authentically, when you will start understanding others, is when you have started providing inspirational leadership. Otherwise, there is no leadership that exists, right? Leadership becomes inspirational, right? when we understand how other people feel. And to understand how other people feel, we must first know ourselves. So in the exam, there are questions. Questions are, when you're hiring a person, it's okay if they do not have skills to the level you desire, but you want them to have a very high emotional quotient, because they are going to work together as a team in a very collaborative environment. They have to work with stakeholders. And if they do not have this level of emotional intelligence, they are going to argue with some stakeholders and create a situation which is going to take the project into a dire strait. You don't want to do that, right? So emotional intelligence. Look how we learned about interpersonal skills. Next time when you go in an interview, and if you ever say, well, my core strengths are this, and interpersonal skills such as conflict resolution, facilitation, negotiation, active listening, and emotional intelligence. Look how you're sounding right now. Look what you're sounding. The knowledge exists right in front of us. Our lack of application makes us look so bad sometimes, right? Our lack of application. So Agile exam is about application. It's not about reading. I continue to tell you this. And this Agile mindset is about application mindset, right? That's why projects are so successful. So now look where we have got to. We started with Liliana. She said stakeholder engagement starts with communication. Then we went to Kanwal. Kanwal said it's about sharing information. Then we went to, we moved from Liliana to Kanwal. From Kanwal, we went to, who did we go to? Collaboration came out from FLAB. Collaboration came out. Then we said to Rahul, what are those skills that we continue to develop? He said interpersonal skills. And then we went about the class talking about value, conflicts because of value, Windy saying conflict resolution, and I helping her out, facilitation, negotiation. Then Nikhil saying something like listening, debate with Gorangana to confirm one thing, that we'll always listen to people, followed by someone saying emotional intelligence, and me chiming in again saying, well, two parts to emotional intelligence. One, know yourself, right? No, even in Bible they said, know thyself. In Bible, the scripture says know thyself. What do they mean by that? Know yourself, right? Know yourself first before you handle other people. So if you don't know yourself, how would you even work with other people? So poor project management skills are demonstrated by those leaders who have no idea about who they are. And then they go out their project and disturbing everyone's momentum and flow. That's why 67% of the projects are failed, because they are led by people who lack emotional intelligence. It is not other reasons. Projects don't fail because stakeholders become very unhappy. So look what we have learned. We have kind of like captured and mastered the entire project. Now, there are other sentiments to this chapter. Those other sentiments are your ability to help make decisions. Very, very important. Stakeholder engagement. It's good you are communicating. It's good you are sharing information. It's good you are collaborating. It's good you are demonstrating interpersonal skills and all those different aspects of interpersonal skills. But what is the point in all this if we cannot help our stakeholders make those decisions? You know why decisions are so tough? Because if I want to create this pen, I have 5 different ways of creating this pen right here. My stakeholders have been presented 5 different ways of presenting this pen. They are confused. They do not know which is the most optimum way of creating this pen. So a good coach, a good leader, a good project manager, a good business analyst would present to stakeholders not only different approaches of developing a product, but also the most optimal approach, so that it will help them make difficult choices. You know, it is very difficult in life, even as a kid, when you did not know what career to choose. It was a very difficult choice, but sometimes our parents just didn't understand, right? They didn't understand. They pushed us into something. So our parents lacked emotional intelligence, first of all, because they didn't give us this skill, right? This comes from culture, actually, this very culture. Every culture suffers from lack of emotional intelligence. It's only now in modern, because of the great efforts of psychologists around the world, that we have started recognizing the need for emotional intelligence and putting ourselves in other people's shoes, before we open our mouth. Keep that in mind. This exam requires that. So if you are hiring a person, so this question is for Hamza. If you're hiring a person, Hamza, one of the important things that you're looking into this person is
the ability to empathize with other people.
And how do they demonstrate emotional intelligence, right?
Yeah.
That is why leaders interviews are tailored around how do you resolve a conflict? How do you work with stakeholders? What did you do when you were with a difficult stakeholder? Leaders are not asked how do you do planning, right? How do you create a project management plan? It's a BS question, because they will have people who will create a project management plan. What this senior vice president sees in a leader that they want to acquire is their ability to understand others and lead people so that people can execute the will. That is the reason why why the leader exists. He needs to inspire, she needs to inspire people so that they can execute their will. But when will people execute the will? When they believe in the vision. So remember, right here, this chapter has another sentiment, which is continue to communicate the vision. If you want to collaborate with engaged stakeholders, communicate the vision, right? So communicate the vision from day one of the project to the last day of the project. So that, you know why do this? Not make this an event-based exercise, this vision, but continue to communicate it to the team throughout the project, because team members will continue to come and go, right? Stakeholders will continue to come and go, but everyone should keep their eye on the desired future state. Remember, the future is the key to success. Continue to remember the future, right? Agile principle, continue to remember the future. How do we encourage our stakeholders to remember? We communicate the vision. So guys, when you will read this chapter and the green sheet, the first green sheet of stakeholder engagement, you will find all this there. But now you will not be reading it or saying, oh, let me just, what the hell, man, just remove this page, I don't need this page, this is bullshit. No, it is not. This is what it says. This is what it is trying to convey to you, right? Thinking. And my mastery in the subject came from my ability to deliver process maps, to tell people or show people the mind maps or the big picture, right? When I took the leadership role at Sun Life Financial, my ability to present the big picture was my core strength. And you can only present big picture when you look at the information and in front of your mind, a picture gets created and you put the entire strategy into 2 lines. Your ability to present complex information in a simplified form is what makes you a leader, because everyone hears the same thing, right? So guys, how do you feel? This is our starting point today. You guys up for it to run some of the slides down, burn them in no time, because you already got your 20 question right on the exam? We can close this session right now. You can relax, take a pillow, sleep on a Sunday morning, but no, we cannot do that. We have obligation here towards each other to execute the will. I'm here to execute your will of becoming PMI-ACP certified. So let's gather some momentum and start our pursuit of excellence on this Sunday morning, when you have decided to take this step towards one more designation, and more visibility. For me, designation is visibility. Designation is knowledge. Designation is being able to communicate with people and show them something that they never think about, right? Present information in such a manner that it becomes not so complex. It's not so bad. It's easy, right? That kind of feel. Okay. All righty. So there we go. So this is your mind map for the chapter. You will remember this and you will get, based on what you heard and how you heard, 16 to 17 questions right on the exam. This is your foundation here, right? Now let's take a look at one other concept. It means stewardship. Stakeholder engagement is not management, right? Look, management. Management. Management is persuading people to do things that they do not want to do. Management, classic management. Persuade people to do things they do not want to do. For example, someone works in a call center, says, I want to become a PM. Oh, you're such a good salesman. How about I give you a $2 raise? Continue doing what you do, right? But leadership is about, and this is, this guy, Steve Jobs, not with us anymore, saying this without a college degree. So people who have knowledge, they do not need a college degree because they really feel it's waste of their time, right? So he said, it's about leadership, it's about inspiring people to do things they never thought they would be able to do. That's what Agile mindset is all about. Inspire people so that they believe in your will, they believe in your vision, so that they're willing to now carry that vision for you, right? Not carry you on their shoulder, but carry the vision. Some people think that they should be carried on their shoulder. Leaders should be carried on their shoulders so people can see, oh, their leader has come. Leader, like kings on elephant, right? The Indian mythology, kings on elephant. Why? Because I am the king. I am the king. No, king never speaks, right? Because when they speak, people hear 2 lines, done. They leave the room, bro. So there we go. So stewardship, not management, because your stakeholders will be VPs and you are a project manager. You are an agile coach. You do not have the authority as your stakeholder. Some of the stakeholders are extremely powerful. So showing them that you care about them. Stewardship, taking them with you, collaborating with them. So that aspect, we'll keep the stewardship mindset for this exam. That's why they said servant leader, right? So very quickly, one more time, because servant leader has 4 questions on the exam. Very quickly, I'm going to ask Ghazwan to tell me 4 things about servant leader before we move to the next slide.
Yeah, I mean, first shield the team from the outside.
Good.
All right.
Shield
Yeah,
from
and
outside. Yes.
Yeah, and guide the team for the goal. Or okay, and or let we say guide the team for. Be sure they are following the right process.
Not be sure that they are following the right process. This is a self-directing team. They do not need to be guided that way, but yes, ensuring that they get coached if the need be, right? So
Okay.
External influences, that's good. That's second, facilitate.
Okay, and also this you mentioned the facilitate where is some disagreement between the team, that meaning
wrong. Very pointed answers, because the class gets. So first, shield the team from external. Remember the word external. Second, facilitate when the need be, not every time. Third, and really important, remove hurdles and impediments that come in the path of the team. That's our job, right? Help resolve issues. Number 5, coach when the need be. That's their job, coach and mentor. So what does that mean? Agile coaches, the project managers, people who lead these agile teams, they should have great knowledge of principles of agile and values of agile. Then they can coach and mentor people, right? So keep this in mind, because for stakeholder management, you need to bring the servant leadership mindset. And I would like next time when I ask this question to be answered in exactly the way I said, because these are 5 questions of your exam. Of the 120 questions, these are the 5 questions. Shield the team from external influences. Number 2, facilitate when the need be. Number 3, remove hurdles and impediments that come in the path of the team so the team can only focus on work, right? Number 4, resolve issues when the need be, right? Teams can resolve their conflicts on their own, but there will be times when you will have to step in, chime in. Number 5, be an expert of agile values and principles and coach when needed. Those 5 core components, I want to hear them from next time exactly the way I said, because this is how they appear on the exam, right? And also generally, if someone asked you, what is agile coach all about? You should be able to spit it out with effectiveness, right? And a certain level of flow. right? So there we go. Next slide is stakeholder stewardship. Stakeholder stewardship over stakeholder engagement. I said it's about ensuring that people feel cared, right? People are well looked after. They're feeling that I'm looked after. That's what the role of an agile coach, and that's where this slide comes from. Next slide was something that we created right now together, the mind map. Everything that this chapter is all about. For stakeholder engagement, you will have to look into all those different aspects. Now, the next slide that's coming is extremely important. And I would like to speak about it for 5 to 10 minutes. But let me ask you first, how many of you understand this? So does someone in the class want to take a stab at it for 30 seconds? What does this slide mean?
So from Kumaran here, from the traditional PMP point of view, scope is always fixed and time and cost vary. Whereas in the agile mindset, the time and costs are fixed for projects, and the scope is negotiated.
Very good. Good answer. But can you tell me why?
We're trying because in knowledge-based projects, scope is not very clearly visible. So we take as much as we can crunch in a particular point of time, and we try and deliver as much value as possible to the client.
I'm already liking the development of Kumaran's communication skills from the time I met you to today. What a transition, right? And this is what it does. Reading good content actually enriches our conversations, right? You already see that reading that book is changing a few things, right?
Yeah.
Knowledge-based projects, the words are coming out in the right way now. That's one of the goals of the session, is also to start consuming the content and applying it immediately. When knowledge can, so there are two kind of courses. One where you go and you run through the slides, and second where we start thinking a little bit, because the moment we start thinking, we start applying it, right? So application of a great answer, but why keep the scope? Why? I know knowledge-based projects, there is a lot of unknown, and we want to go iterative, but why go iterative? Why? For what reason?
Because for reasons that things keep changing rapidly.
So things keep changing rapidly. So what happens when you have to again and again look at the scope? Who comes into the meeting again and again? Who decides what the scope will be? Every 1 month, they all sit together. Is it?
Product owner.
Who is the voice of the customer?
Product owner.
So who is the voice of the customer, correct?
Yeah, PO, product owner.
Can you not say product owner from now on and start saying the voice of the customer?
Oh, voice of the customer, okay.
Voice of the customer, key representatives of the customer, correct?
Right.
When you continue to bring them in every month, instead of taking all their 200 requirements and say, I forget about you now, you've given me the requirement, don't bother us now, we will build it in the next 3 years, right? Or the philosophy is, give me some, let me develop it and tell me how it is. Give me feedback. Give me some more now. So what am I doing? So let's go to Mahera. So Mahera, what am I doing by continuously building this product? What am I doing? I am doing what? Look at the left of this slide. What's written on the left of the slide on yellow?
Stakeholder engagement.
I have achieved by developing a product, by keeping scope unlocked, by keeping scope open and developing in iterative, developing in iterative fashion. I have now created a feedback loop system where my stakeholders continuously get engaged. They are not forgotten. Stakeholder stewardship has been achieved. So you may say iterations because the projects, there's a lot of unknown there. They are knowledge-based projects. This is not what the reason is. We fail to. This is why I said, let me hear your perspective, the theory-based perspective and the value-based perspective. The value-based perspective is the reason why we open up these projects and develop them into slices of months or 3 weeks or 4 weeks is because we're going to bring our stakeholders back into the room so that they feel that their voice is being heard. They know what is being delivered. They have the capability to change the course of this product by providing the right feedback. And most importantly, you continue to watch internal and external factors that are shifting and changing around you. When you continue to watch all those external and internal factors that continue to change around you, what you are achieving is that you are keeping your product as close to reality as possible. It is real now, right? The product is real. So keep this in mind. So there are reasons why these slides have been put here. So did you see the new perspective here, Kumaran, a little bit?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. Did everyone understand what Kumaran said in the beginning about the conventional projects? Now, let me explain this to you a little bit for us to understand. So pay attention to this because you will find this on the exam. Now, conventional project management, the waterfall approach, the predictive approach is this. You have stakeholders. The project starts, look, the project starts, let's say, let's go to here. Let's bring someone new in here. I just want to see their mindset and how they're thinking. Let's have, who are caller 8, caller 3, caller 1, and Hira, I want your camera on, please.
One of the callers is me, Shashank.
Shashank, okay, all right. Caller 8 and caller 3.
Hey, well, I switched off my camera because the audio is getting.
That's fine. That's fine. Who's caller 3?
Hemant Takshi. But my bandwidth's getting stuck.
No, that's fine. You're good. I can see you. So Hira, can you put your camera on, please?
Sorry, I'm just having technical difficulties. It's not working.
Okay. And who else is here?
Tab, go to settings.
Right. There we go. Awesome. So take a look at this here, this slide right here. This is your waterfall project, classic waterfall project. Let's try it from top. Please pay attention because I'm going to quiz some people after this. So I would like to listen. This is a waterfall project. Waterfall projects are sequential projects. What do I mean by sequential project? One more time. We gather the requirements of our stakeholders. They gave 100 requirements and we got a sign off from them. Now we gave these requirements to the analysis and design team. They designed it a little bit on paper. They designed it on paper. Let's just say very simply. Then, so let's say we were developing a website. The website has 100 features. We gave these 100 features to a design team. A design team created a small little mock-up of that. Then this design team handed this. Now look, the design team handed it to the development team. Development team created the website, and the website looks like this now. There is a home page. There is a about us page. There is a contact page. There is a product page. There is press releases, and the website is ready. Development team hands over the product to the testing team, and the testing of the product takes place. Once the testing of the product is done and the product does not have any defects, this product gets handed over and launched, or in other words, deployed. The product gets deployed, right? A cycle, waterfall cycle. So stakeholders provided, the interesting thing what Kumaran said was, stakeholder provided the requirements, 100 requirements got signed off and fixed. So what are we doing? We are developing the 100 requirements, and it took 3 years to develop these 100 requirements. By the time this product got delivered, market conditions have changed, competitors have changed, the products have changed, and this is kind of like obsolete product. This product is not valuable anymore, right? So waterfall project, what Kumaran said was, scope gets fixed, time and cost continue to change. So initially on here, during requirement phase, the stakeholders felt that this project will be delivered on December 12th, 2021. But really, this is their estimate right now. When they started moving and executing the projects, 3 more requirements were put in, 4 more requirements were put in, 7 more requirements were put in. Sometimes the team members left and quit the job and we didn't have anyone working. This project either got delayed here or was extended in cost. So cost and time continue to change, but the scope remains fixed. Very dangerous situation because products nowadays are changing almost every day. If you look at Google Maps, every day there is a new feature that's coming, right? If you look at, imagine trying to create a new map system and creating it in 3 years from now for the current state. Google Map evolves every day. If you will create Google Map using this approach of waterfall, what would happen? The product will fall short, right? And the cost will be extremely high. It will change, will not be fixed. So Agile, what Agile approach is all about is that it is an inverted mindset. It's like this, where scope varies, right? And your time and budget are fixed. What does that mean? It means, guys, let's start creating the website. And what do you need in next 1 month that will make this website up and running? So team says, guys, we have only 1 month, nothing more than 1 month, and we have been given 200K. That's it. And these 100 requirements that we have right now, let's see what is it that we can deliver in 1 month and 200K. So Manish and I now are thinking, what is more valuable? He said value, requirements, value. So Manish, the product owner, tells my team, the Agile coaches team or the Agile team, guys, homepage, product number 3, product number 9 in 1 month, and here you go, 200K, nothing more, nothing less. I'll not add anything in next 3 weeks when you are doing the work. So Wendy, the Agile coach, now wears the hat of what kind of a leader, Wendy?
Servant leader.
Servant leader.
So, yeah, Wendy, here's the, so Sondra, good. Servant leader who will now shield the team for next 3 weeks from external influences, who will now facilitate when the need be, who will now remove the impediments that will come in the path of this team in next 3 weeks, who will now make sure that nothing more gets added to this. So scope is kind of like going after this three weeks period, scope again, 3 more things get added. It's not locked, it's open, but time and cost get locked. Everything, those 3 requirements that you said will be delivered here. Servant leadership mindset comes into play. Teams are shielded so they can totally and completely focus on the project. So look, the first waterfall flow took 3 years to develop a product. The second agile flow method, it was not a complete product, but it is marketable. It can generate revenues. It can start selling instead of waiting for 3 years. And if Amazon changed something in their website, in the next 3 weeks, I can come and deliver that also and make it as close to reality as possible. And that's what it means. What happens? So it's great picture to see. This is a great picture to see, to be very honest, great picture to see. And Kumaran explained it well, actually, and I wanted to just rehash it one more time. But you also have to see that the underlying meaning of this slide, is we achieve stakeholder engagement. And stakeholder engagement is what leads to delivering a product that is generating value. Keep this in mind. Any questions, guys, up till now? Are we good? Questions? Good. Everyone good? Yes, no, thumbs up. So Roman voting or simple voting. Okay, simple voting. Simple voting is this. Guys, look, simple wording, hands up if you understood, and hands down if you didn't understand, right? So simple wording, agile question on the exam. Simple wording, what is simple wording? Simple wording is a form of building consensus or decision with stakeholders by simple raise of hands, right? Simple raise of hands. So simple wording, one of the ways of decision making. So keep this in mind. Again, another exam question if you're writing the ACP exam. Simple voting is a very simple way of decision voting. Why do we vote? To make decisions, right? I asked someone recently, why do you vote? Why do we vote? To bring someone to power or make a decision or help make a decision? Help make a decision. And sometimes you say, guys, should we take a lunch break? Raise of hands. What are we doing? We are trying to make a decision, right? Decision, simple voting. But the problem, so Akshi, can you tell me what is the challenge with simple voting? What is one of those challenges with simple voting?
We'll get the majority. We'll go with the majority, but I think maybe we won't know if it's priority.
No, because you would know what the decision is, but there could be some people who may not be happy with the decision, and we sometimes do not go in there resolving that. We move forward. It's a fast way, right? So that's the disadvantage. Disadvantage is some people may have reservations and they do not get a voice here, right? And those reservations may be some risks that could have been identified. So simple waiting is a great way of, moving from point A to point B, but there could be times when some of the voices do not get heard in simple voting because of the time component, fast way of making decision. So the idea from exam standpoint is use different decision-making frameworks, sometimes as simple as simple voting. If you need to just move from point A to point B very quickly. So just off the topic, but very important point, simple voting, so that we don't have to read this in the book. The three paragraphs for simple voting. What is simple voting? Simple voting, quick way of building consensus and decision. Second disadvantage, simple disadvantage. Because it is quick, fast way, and we say that this is just quick and fast, sometimes some opinions, some voices are not heard. Because they're not heard, what happens is they may be able to help, they may help you identify a risk, but you fail to do that because of the time component. All right, good. So there we go. Continue moving. So we already talked about this. We started our class. When you think about stakeholder engagement, what comes to your mind? And together we said, all this comes to our mind. All this comes to our mind. Great stakeholder engagement requires us to communicate, requires us to share information, requires us to collaborate, requires us to develop and demonstrate those competencies that we have developed, sometimes called the underlying competencies, interpersonal skills, and all those different flavors of interpersonal skills. And most importantly, one of the interpersonal skills that is required in agile mindset is emotional intelligence. And apart from that, your ability to help make decisions, sometimes simply by simple voting, decisions by simple voting, and your ability to continue to communicate the vision so that everyone understands the true will of the project, the true will of the leadership, and we continue to remain focused on that. The only way for divergence to turn into conversion is when we all know that when we all remember the future together. Then we say, well, guys, we got to achieve something here in next 3 months. Let's come to a quick consensus, right? So there we go. And we said, so again, going back to that question to Gorangna is resolved here with this. Listen to understand, not to reply. The first principle of Agile is, or a tip for successful engagement is, if you are ever in a position where you have a difference in opinion with a stakeholder, and especially if the stakeholder, especially or not especially, actually, this is the wrong use of term here. If you have a difference in opinion with the stakeholder, the first step is to engage with them. The first step is let's engage with our stakeholders, and engage to do what? Listen to understand. As Nikhil said, listen to them to understand, not to respond. Understand, or in other words, put yourself in their position a little bit. And the moment you learn to, or you develop this art, your stakeholders are going to love you, call you in these those times when they are having some challenges, so that you can help them resolve. You know, sometimes while working at the portfolio level, I would always say, you know what, I would like you to call that project manager, because she's very efficient at working with stakeholders, and she's going to listen to them, and she's going to help them understand what the challenge here is. The reason I would say this is because I always felt that hearing people is extremely important, and not responding to people. Some project managers have a habit of just talking over the other person without even listening to the other person, right? Stakeholder engagement. Stakeholders, especially if you are engaging with a stakeholder like a product owner, is a heavyweight in the organization. If someone has been given the authority to carry the voice of the customer, imagine how powerful they are, right? So if you have to work with someone who carries the voice of customer, so question for Hamza and Liliana, if you are the person who is going to carry the voice of the customer, you expect your agile coach to demonstrate what?
Good active listening skills to understand exactly what this.
Or can we say interpersonal skills? Great interpersonal skills, and all those other conflict resolution, negotiation, emotional intelligence, and other things, they fall under there. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so next time onwards, when I say, if you're working with heavyweights in the organization, what kind of skills are you? Don't say active listening and emotional intelligence. Please say interpersonal skills such as conflict resolution, negotiation, facilitation, emotional intelligence, and right? Just clean it up a little bit. Good?
Got it.
Awesome. Great. So, famous slide and 4 questions on the ACP or the current PMP exam from here. If you're writing the current PMP exam, 4 questions just from this slide. You know, the best way and the most effective. So when I say communication, or when we will ever say communication in our life again, we will include 2 more words with it: effective and efficient. Otherwise, there's no point in communication. It's a rant, right? If communication is not effective and efficient, it is really a rant, right? And no one wants to hear a rant, especially in projects where delivery is so fast. Rant is not, no one likes the rant. So the best way to communicate with stakeholders is face to face at whiteboard. You know how presenting right now, you see, like I use a lot of whiteboard, I write a lot, right? I'm writing a lot, I'm always writing, creating a mind map, communicating, asking people to put their cameras on. Why? Because the most effective, there could be 2 ways. I may not even use this pen that I hold in my hand to write on my screen, and really sometimes my decks that I create, they get spoiled because I save them like this. Now I have to just go and erase all this, sit there and erase 50 slides. Becomes very difficult, but I like to do this because the best way, I learned it early in my career. I said every time I worked with my stakeholder, I would roll my sleeves and I would demonstrate courage to go on the whiteboard and speak, right? It requires a lot of courage because it is demonstration of your knowledge, right? You can only demonstrate knowledge when you have attained expertise or mastery. If you'll try to whiteboard, first do the right research. All right, so whiteboard. So it said face to face with whiteboard is one of the most effective way if it is possible. If it is not possible, at least try face to face. But look, we all know the kind of project management that's happening right now. It is offshore, onshore teams, distributed teams, or in other words, distributed teams, or geographically dispersed teams. We are working with geographically dispersed team over co-located team. even on agile environment where it is prescribed. Agile philosophy prescribes. There's a prescription, right? It's like agile philosophy. If agile philosophy is a doctor, it has written a prescription note, and it says the note is that it's a very simple note that you must keep your teams co-located. If you want your teams to be efficient or not suffer from the disease called inefficiency. So if someone goes to an agile coach, says, I'm suffering from inefficiency, right? The agile coach will write a prescription, says, oh, by the way, did you look at that principle? Or this is what agile coaches do at $175 an hour. Teams go to them, oh, I'm suffering from inefficiency right now in the last sprint. Okay, fine. Let me put the 4 values and 12 principles in place, and let's see where you're coming from here. So work on this item, work on that item. So this is what agile coaches, great communicators, 4 values, 12 principles, right? This is one career that some of you should strive for right now. It is hot and it's getting hotter. It's hot, getting hotter, but you need to develop that level of expertise for that, right? So the agile coach writes a prescription. The reason for this, my friend, is your teams are not co-located. Make them co-located, because when you will make your teams co-located, a phenomena will take place. So look, when you make your teams co-located, a phenomena takes place. Teams are face to face. But the phenomena is not the teams are face to face. The phenomena is when there is face to face, people sit together co-located, what happens is there is this unconscious listening that takes place. Because all the conversations are taking place. Sometimes I'm doing my work, but there is this conversation taking place somewhere. I'm listening to that. It's just like you're doing some work and listening to TV, and you hear this news that Biden's $1.9 trillion relief plan has been approved. I didn't have time to see news in last 2 weeks, to be very honest, but I heard it on CNN the other day. Biden's $1.9 trillion relief plan has been approved by the Senate. It's going into House now. It's been approved by Senate. It's going to House. So I heard it. How did I hear it? I heard it because I was co-located in the same area as the TV, and because information was relayed unconsciously, I have received this information and I exactly spit it out the way it is, right? I didn't read it anywhere. So unconscious listening leads to, and this is what is called when teams get co-located. So I'm going to come back with a quiz on this. There are 2 questions on the exam here. When teams get co-located or they become face-to-face, there is unconscious listening takes place, because of which a phenomena occurs. Now, this is the phenomena. The phenomena occurs, and the phenomena is called osmotic communication. Osmosis, you keep a sponge in close to water or in proximity. Slowly the sponge start getting wetter, heavier. What's happening? It's soaking the information, right? So humans, us, we are also like sponge. There is no saturation point. I watched a series recently. Usually don't watch a series. It's a Hindi series, but it says the series says there is everything in the world has a saturation. You put sugar in tea, at some point in time you can't drink that bloody tea because it will get so sweet that it will burn your throat. Even sweetness burns your throat. Strange. And if you walk on ice, it gives you a burn that is even harsher than a burn that fire can give you. Unfortunately, amputation takes place immediately because of that, whatever you call it. I don't know. What do you call it? Is the term for that?
Frostbite.
Frostbite. Yeah, it is the worst form of burn that you can get, right? And if you put your hand in the ice, try cleaning your car with your eyes sometimes when there is a lot of snow, your hands burn. You hide them, right? So exactly the same the same aspect. Think about the same aspect. Co-located, unconscious listening, osmotic communication takes place, learning is taking place, osmosis has taken place. Exam question. Co-location leads to unconscious listening, which leads to osmotic communication. And this is where a T-shaped individual is created. T-shaped individuals are not born, right? So Let's take a look at it here in this slide. So co-location of stakeholders leads to unconscious listening. Unconscious listening leads to a phenomena called osmotic communication. And this is where the creation of a T-shaped. So when we hire a person, they are I-shaped. They are experts of one field. That's what we try to bring them. But when we co-locate them, now they turn into T-shaped individuals. That is what Agile philosophy is all about, right? People don't think like that. No one thinks like that. It's written, but no one thinks because no one has time to think. We do not have time to think because we have never been able to liberate ourselves of all these different strands of wires that you have tangled and untangled in our life. So for knowledge, true pursuit of knowledge takes place in a body frame or a human mind, on a human mind that is decluttered. When the mind becomes decluttered and it gives you a lot of focus on the things that you need to do, right? Remember that. That's why Agile philosophy, I love this philosophy because it's changed my life 12 years ago when I went for Agile training at RBC. It just changed my life because I thought, whoa, a new way of looking at life. So don't just treat this book and this course as a journal certification. Start treating it as a way of life. And really, there's some good content that is coming your way, right? So here we go. So we get to, so did everyone understand the phenomena of osmotic communication? Okay, all right. If you understood it so well, so Hira, why don't you explain to me what I just created on the whiteboard right now to the class? So what did we just write here?
Yeah, from what I understood is that co-location, I believe, it leads to unconscious listening, which basically creates this osmosis, if I'm pronouncing right, a phenomena of like communication where us human beings are soaking all this information. And that's where it leads to a T-shaped, and that's where individuals that's where it leads to like this, what you create about, what you talked about, creation of a T-shaped. And that's basically what Agile approach is about.
So creation of a T-shaped individual where an individual is expert in one area and also understand other areas, right? Because there's this osmotic communication, right? Good.
Yeah.
Good,
So
good answer.
basically,
Good answer. Yeah.
so you're basically like soaking information, which creates like a T-shape. It creates an individual. Is that what you're saying?
So what's your master's in? You have a master's in philosophy, you said?
No, global politics.
Global politics, right? So you are an expert. You've not worked right now, but let's just say you are an expert in global politics. Now,
yeah,
put you with 3 CNN reporters. You sit with them every day, 3 CNN reporters, and one talks about global politics, the other reporter, very senior reporter, is talking about real estate developments right now, and then the reporter who's talking about crime, and there is fourth reporter that is talking about Obama, and there is fifth reporter that is talking about stock exchange right now. Right? You're just creating a report on global politics and what's happening in Middle East right now. You're writing a report, but are you listening to other people? Just like how I listened to the $1.9 trillion relief plan that got approved yesterday. You're listening to so many, right? So what is happening now? You are not just you are an expert in global politics, but if one of the person from one of the reporters is not able to arrive on time, you are also can be sent to report on maybe one of those areas that you were listening to, right?
Right.
Is there anyone indispensable in this team anymore? No. T-shaped individual is called a generalizing specialist. They are masters or experts, not masters, experts of one area. They are experts of one area, but they also have knowledge about others. What that does is that no one in the organization now is indispensable. they're becoming a well-oiled team. That is the answer to that will come from this conversation that we will have, starting with maybe, let me see who, but here, good job, you're listening, which is very, very good. Okay, so let's go here. How do I open this? We go here, and sorry guys, I'm just trying to get this going here, increase the size. So let's, where is, right here. Afolabi, there's a question for you. You there?
Yes, I'm with you.
Okay, so is it making sense, first of all?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay, very good. So the second question is, what is, so can you tell me a little bit about generalizing specialist, please?
Based on what you've explained, you mentioned that a T-shaped individual is a general specialist, being that if all the teams are in one location, co-located teams, right? Everybody has an idea. Everybody has an idea of what each person is doing. And so you have a knowledge of, okay, what the developer is doing or what the tester is doing. And
absolutely.
so
And co-location helps in that. Fair? So the idea of co-location leads to this T-shape. So idea is not the concept we are talking about is not co-location with stakeholders. The concept is development of a team, right? And one important thing here that I'll ask some of the folks, maybe 2-3 people here. Liliana, you must have been to interviews. Of course, if you work, you have been to interview without, who gets a job without interviews, right?
Right.
So, very quickly, in one of the in interviews, sometimes they ask a question: "What can you work independently?" Right? This is one of the questions that get asked. You may have been asked early in your career, independently. Are you able to work it because I don't have time sometimes? Are you able to manage things on your own? All that kind of stuff, right? So agile principle, one of the agile principles comes from this mindset. So the mindset is this, that the idea of our organization or the poisonous idea in the organization that was established or has been established is people are rewarded. People are rewarded for what they know. People are rewarded for what they know, right? Because the reward system is based on what people know. The challenge now exists in front of the organization that people start hoarding information. They don't share information. Sometimes people or stakeholders do not share information because they feel they will lose control by the fear of losing control. But in agile environment, the rewards are not individualistic. They become team awards. So people are not rewarded for what they know in agile. People are rewarded for what they share. So people are more vocal about sharing their competency because the team does well, then the individual does well, right? So there is no individual limelight in this area. So keep this in mind because there are 3 questions on the exam just based on those 2 lines are all. Reward based on know what people know, reward based on reward system based on team performance. Team, that's why T-shaped, co-located, right? Keep this in mind, guys. Very, very, very important. The next slide that I have put here is a slide for your knowledge, not for discussion right now. It's for your knowledge. It is not relevant from exam standpoint, but it is a mindset slide. I call it the mindset slide. So I always put 2 or 3 in the next 4 sessions. I'll be putting some mindset slide. These mindset slides are not because it is ACP exam content. They are because you will need to develop a mindset to answer certain questions. Just like how I presented, you could read osmotic communication, but the phenomena occurs because of collocation. It is important to understand that. Face-to-face communication. And the phenomena, great, osmotic leads to what? Generation of T-shaped individuals, or generalizing specialist, right? Great. Next, move on to the next slide. And we are here. This is called the mindset slide. I want you to read it at home. So the idea is, it talks about stakeholder engagement continuum. It is monitor, message, advocate, consult, dialogue, and collaborate. Right? We all talked about dialogue is communication, consulting to make decisions, advocating the vision from the beginning, messaging, consistently messaging the vision, monitoring the engagement of stakeholders, and continuing to collaborate. We talked about it. You were able to come up with all these things. And someone in the beginning said relationships, building relationships right here. The whole idea actually is building relationships, but to build relationships, we'll have to, or whatever we wrote on the first mind map that we created for this chapter, right? So next slide talks about what are the different kind of stakeholders in agile environment. But to go there, we'll insert a slide here. We'll start this session with a little bit of discussion around who are the stakeholders? Really, who are my stakeholders? How about we together define some stakeholders right now? Who are the stakeholders? What is the definition of a stakeholder? So let's go to Shashank. Shashank, what do you think is the definition of a stakeholder?
Stakeholder is an individual who collaborates in a project with multiple other stakeholders. That can be a critical stakeholder, or it can be anyone.
Stop. Wrong definition. Good definition, wrong definition, but not the right definition. So we'll move on. The reason I reduce the interaction sometimes, because the relay of information takes place and it sits. So we got to cut it right there and move on. So Rahul, what do you think is a stakeholder? Can you define stakeholders based on your PMP definition?
That's what I was going to ask. So it's any internal, external person or organization that has a vested interest in the project, whether positively or negatively.
Okay, close, but let's stop here. And so I believe in keyword learning. I only know keywords. I associate it with everything. So stakeholder. Who are stakeholders? Number one, these could be, and this could be an individual, just one person. These could be group of people. This could be an organization unit. These could be the entire organization. So stakeholders are individuals, people, organization unit, or an entire itself. So these individual, people, organization unit, and entire organization, why are they your stakeholders? They are stakeholders because they are positively or negatively, directly or indirectly. So define stakeholders. Who are your stakeholders? Stakeholders are those individual, people, organization unit, and organization who are positively or negatively, directly or indirectly. This is the most important, the third component, impacted. They are impacted by what? They're impacted by
outcome of the project.
The very good outcome of your project. Outcome of your project. If they are not impacted by the outcome of your project, they are not your stakeholders. They're somebody else's stakeholder. You are unnecessarily wasting your time working with them, right? So stewardship is good, but your stewardship working with people who are not part of your project is actually crazy pursuit of goals, right? You're bringing stakeholders who are not required. So keep this in mind from exam standpoint. Stakeholder is not one person. It could be a group of people also. It could be an entire department of an organization, or it could be the entire organization. who is positively or negatively. So stakeholders may support your project. They may not support your project because they are negatively impacted. When is a stakeholder negatively impacted? When your project may not deliver them any benefits, still they are not negatively impacted. They get negatively impacted when your project outcomes are going to cannibalize the benefits that they already have. You know, when am I indirectly impacted? When CRA comes with a regulation and tells me that they are increasing my business tax by 2%. Now I am worried. Now I don't like this, right? Or when they tell me that they have issued an audit on my taxes, right? Issuing an audit on my taxes is a mess for me because the way I run my business is just very strange. So there we go. We don't want to be in that situation, right? So audit is now, look, I am negatively impacted when someone has started cannibalizing my benefits. So sometimes, you know, you look at BlackBerry, they execute so many projects every year. So why doesn't the revenue go up? Why is this company still where they're executing? Why? Because they're executing projects, and all these projects are eating on each other's revenues. The benefits that are coming from one project are being taken by other projects because there is no portfolio management going on. No one is overseeing mess right now. So no one is managing it as a whole, the big picture. So important, right? If you want to become a leader, you see the big picture. So define stakeholders. This definition, again, 3 questions on the exam. Very simple. These are impacted by the outcome of the project. Just those 2 words are your questions. And stakeholders could be positively or negatively. Why stakeholders are not interested in your project? Because they don't see the benefits that you're delivering, they will consume. So so Pavanji, question for you. When your stakeholders are disinterested in your projects, but they are extremely important to you, but they are showing disinterest in your project, why do you think they have started developing this disinterest towards your project? Because
they may be negatively impacted.
No, that's not the answer. Negatively impacted, why? Why? Because so let's just say in the house, right? You are in the house today, you decide to cook something. You have kids?
No.
No. So let's just say you have friends, right? You cook something, you cook pasta. One person likes pasta and 2 people do not like pasta out of 3 people. So the 2 people that are sitting there, you say, I'm making pasta, guys, this is meat sauce. What do you think? Are they going to show interest towards this? No. So are they getting any benefits of the pasta?
Yeah, like if they don't see any value for
stakeholders. The question, now answer this question now. Why are stakeholders disinterested? Why do they get disengaged from a project?
So because they're not getting any value out of it, from the project.
Just take the word value, benefit. Benefit translates to value, but at least, right? So stakeholders, they sometimes suddenly stop coming to your meeting. Exam question that goes like this. Stakeholders have stopped coming to your meeting. They are disengaged and you want their engagement. What kind of a conversation should you have with this stakeholder? So Japneet, what do you think? What would you tell these stakeholders? That you will start talking to them about the
outcome, the positive outcomes of the project.
Example to Pavanjeet right now. You will start talking to them about the okay, all right. And Amandeep, you will start talking to them about the
benefits and outcome of the product.
Benefits are coming their way. What benefits? They probably do not know the benefits, and the benefits are. So this is a classic PMI certification question. Stakeholders are disinterested. Suddenly showing disinterest in a project is because they have stopped. They have stopped thinking about the benefits, and they feel that the benefits coming out is not for them. Your job is to have a communication channel established with them immediately to clearly specify to them the kind of benefits they will receive. If people feel that there is benefit, they will be engaged. If they feel there are no benefit for them or they're not being heard, they will totally and completely be disengaged with your project because it is not the true value of their time. Does that make sense, guys? With me, everyone with me? So Great that we know that these are my stakeholders, but what else? What else? These are my stakeholders, but what else? This is not enough. Just knowing your stakeholders is not enough in project management using agile approach. There is some more that is required. So stakeholder engagement, this chapter has an underlying statement, underlying sentiment, and the sentiment is exactly same as PMBOK guide. If you are PMP certified, this is the exact sentiment it is. Stakeholder engagement starts with number 1, identification of stakeholders. Number 1, know who your stakeholders are. Or in other words, you start filling up a matrix. And this matrix is called stakeholder register. Identify stakeholders means that you put a name here, you put their department name, you put their high level expectations from the project. Look, I'm identifying stakeholders to do what? To know what benefits. Look, the coaches, the agile coaches, the agile project managers, the scrum masters should know what the expectation of their stakeholder is. Then only you can engage with your stakeholder. Otherwise, there is no engagement, right? There's only disengagement. So name, department, expectation, and what will be their role. This is the first component of stakeholder identification. First component, we identify stakeholders. But after we identify stakeholder, the second part is we analyze our stakeholders, right? Now look, I'll tell you one of the blunders that I made in early 2000. I'll hang out with this financial advisor thinking that they're going to help me out. I'll take her out for a coffee. Every day I'll bring her a coffee thinking that she was very influential because she was vocal in the meetings. So and she was part of my stakeholder list. I thought building relationship with her is going to help me later. Now look at this, what happened. Because I was new project manager, I was 25 years old, very new to project management. I didn't even speak English, so I needed some support. So I was garnering support. My garnering of support went so wrong that I identified her as one of my stakeholders right here. She was listed somewhere in the bottom, 11th or 12th. But what did I fail to do was I failed to analyze my stakeholders. So there was a name, Mike Mitchell, department, investments, expectation, core benefits, 3 benefits, and role, executive sponsor. And then there was this Simona right here at 11th number, department, financial advisory, expectation, the application, financial application that they will receive, they will use it. They will use the financial application that we are creating. And the role was she's a financial advisor and a SME. SME sometimes will help me advise. Now, what should have I done was, what should I have done differently at that time that I do now, or I've been doing for the last 20 years of my career, is this. I should have looked into each stakeholder, Mike Mitchell. What is Mike Mitchell's authority or power? What is Mike Mitchell's power in the organization? What is Mike Mitchell's influence in the organization? What is Mike Mitchell's interest on the project? What is Mike Mitchell's attitude towards the project? So analysis of stakeholder happens when we start thinking about every stakeholder. What power do they wield? What power do they bring? Power or authority? What influence do they bring? What interest, what level of interest do they show on the project? And what is their attitude? Attitude means, do they support the project or do they not support the project? Right? Look, now, had I done this, I would not have wasted those $50 on coffee on Simona. I would have actually met Mike Mitchell 3 times and not even had a coffee, just an elevator conversation for 2 minutes, because Mike Mitchell was the person who, when I was in a difficulty later on during execution and I needed a resource, would approve the resource. Simona did not have the ability, capacity, and also authority to approve. She was there to advise me, great advisory. I could build that relationship. But analysis of stakeholder is what helps you prioritize the stakeholders and Based on that priority of stakeholder, you create an engagement plan. Who are the stakeholders I'm going to keep very close to me? Who are the close stakeholders I will just keep informed? Who are the stakeholders? So what that leads to, now you saw this, right? If you're going for a senior PM, a program manager, or a portfolio manager or a portfolio director's interview, this is what they will ask you. How do you engage with your stakeholder? And your answer should go like, well, engaging with stakeholder is not about just the identification of stakeholders to understand their name, department, experience, expectations, and role. There is a little more to this than that. For me, it is very important to understand the authority and power of my stakeholder, the influence that they will, the interest and their attitude towards the project. Because only when I understand these 5 attributes of my stakeholder is when I am able to understand the priority of my stakeholders. Based on the priority of my stakeholder, I create an engagement plan. An engagement plan that serves as a communication plan, which would help me engage the right stakeholders and clearly guide me and my team on which stakeholders should be managed closely, which stakeholder should be informed, which stakeholder needs monitoring, and which stakeholders need to be actively provided certain information. Now look, the information is right in front of us, but even in an interview, this works really well. So keep this in mind. Identification is not what we do as agile coaches. We analyze our stakeholders. We analyze because we do not want to work with all 2,000 stakeholders. We want to select some and work with them very closely. And priority leads to creation of engagement plan. And this engagement plan is what feeds into communication. This engagement plan is what I use to communicate with my stakeholders, right? So in the exam, there is a question. If you want to create an engagement plan for your stakeholders, this engagement plan will feed into communication plan. If you want to create a communication plan, have your engagement plan ready. Without engagement plan, you cannot create a communication plan, because communication plan is about information. So exam question, communication plan is about information. Which stakeholder will receive what information, what frequency, what kind of report, and in what format the report will be sent. This is what communication plan is. Communication, information. Stakeholder, engagement. Stakeholder, map it to engagement. Communication, always map it to information. So PMI says that our most complex questions are around stakeholder. In Agile exam, the most complex question are around stakeholder and communication, because people fail to understand that they're looking at communication. The answer is communication, but they are choosing stakeholder. Why? Because they are not reading the other word, information. Whenever you choose an answer about communication, the question will clearly specify information there. Stakeholder, it will specify engagement. So keep this in mind. This chart is very, very important from exam standpoint. So let's take a look at who are our stakeholders. What are different roles? But from Agile perspective, you have the role of a product owner, voice of customer, or key stakeholder. That's one role, right? The other role is, it could be called the Agile project manager in the exam. It could be called the Agile coach. It could be called the Scrum Master. It could be called an delivery manager, right? Whatever, second type of role. Third role on Agile teams is of a Agile team itself. It's a bunch of development team member, testing team members, and maybe release team members put together, right? So Agile teams, core teams are formed of product owner. The coach standpoint could be called an Agile project manager, Agile coach, Agile leader, and the third component, the team component, right? So very important to know the 3 different components. Apart from that, there is this 4th component on Agile team. The 4th component, the external component, is called the key stakeholder component and may comprise of sponsor. The 4th component, if the product owner is not the sponsor, could comprise of key stakeholders, some external parties. Remember, the sponsor is not a project team member. They are beyond your project. They're outside the realm of your project. They control your project from outside, right? So So it's not, so the key stakeholder, fourth component is key stakeholders. Let's take a look at the next slide. And the next slide speaks about our customer proxies or your voice of customer or the product owner. External stakeholders like senior management, which could be the sponsor, your team, right? Your end user, and this is pretty much the same, voice of customer, your end user community, and your customers. So there are three components, project team members being one, the coaches, there is this other which is called the coach or the scrum master or the product owner, your end users, customers, and these three are all same. They become part of the voice of customer right here. You have this second component of agile coach, the project manager. You have this third component of the project team, and the fourth component of key stakeholders, including the sponsor. Key stakeholders, including the sponsor. So one more time, very quickly. You have first component, voice of customer. All this is part of your first component. Your second component, the coach, sometimes called the agile coach, sometimes called the agile leader, sometimes called the scrum master, sometimes called the agile project manager. And the third component, which is the team component. Fourth component, external to the project, called the key stakeholder component, including the sponsor. So we are going to take a break here for 10 minutes and then come back, and we'll go till up to 12:15 or 12, maybe 12:20. Then we'll take a lunch break for about 35 minutes, back at 12:55, right? So let's take a break, 10 minutes. But before we go on break, for next 4 minutes, I'll open the forum for some questions. Ask me some questions from what we have covered. I've been extremely detailed. If there are questions, I'll be really sad, but no, I'm going to take the questions. Let's go for some questions here. Go ahead, please. I'm just kidding. Good. No questions? Really? Did everyone understand? It's pretty weird. Go ahead, Kumar.
No, I said we don't want to make you sad.
No, I'm not sad. I'm happy answering.
No. I know you enjoy taking questions, so I was just kidding.
Okay. Any other questions, guys? You're good? Did it
Yeah,
make sense?
Actually, I want to ask. I'm not. It's not a kind of question. So, just basically, in the agile projects, we have internal stakeholders and external stakeholders, or we call them only stakeholders?
It totally depends on the organization. Every organization, right? External stakeholders are key stakeholders like sponsors, executive sponsors, and some other heavyweights of the organization who have vested interest into the project. They control the project from outside, right? Because to answer your question, I'll write down something here, and it's called. So Manish, the question will be for you itself.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe we'll take offline. So that's fine.
No, that's fine. It's fine. It's a good question actually, because and also you pointed to something that I missed. So all projects, what do they bring to the organization? They bring
value.
They bring value to the organization.
They bring change. They bring change to the organization. That's why stakeholder engagement is important, because you have to prepare your stakeholder. They bring change. All projects bring change. Of course, value is delivered, but they bring change. And what is change? Change is organization's action. So how do you define change? The book of project management, not PMBOK guide, the true book of project management defines change as organizational action in response to a need. Response to a need. This is what change is. Change is an organization action in response. Every project, this is what it is. Every project is organization's thirst. Action. It is action. Their project is an action to take one step closer to the vision. That's an investment. I want to go to the vision. So what is your investment? Project is the investment, right? It's an project is an organization action that to go closer to the vision, one step closer. So every project brings change. Change is a response, organization's response to a need. Project is an organization's response to a need. Project is an organization action in response to a need. Project is an organization action in realizing that vision. Every project takes the organization one step closer to the vision, right? So to your question, these people who define whether this project should be undertaken are usually external to your organized project. They're not your team members, right? And internal stakeholders would be team members, product owner, key customers, proxies, and your coaches. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Good.
Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions, guys, before we go on a 10 minutes break? Good. Everyone good? Okay, awesome. Great. Let's take a 10 minutes break, come back, and we will burn some more slides after that. Like its burn rate has to be a little higher than what it is right now. So, okay. All righty.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
This conference will now be recorded.
So, the first step here is to engage stakeholders. But really, Agile, as I said, is not about engaging stakeholders. Otherwise, you will end up engaging Simona over Mike Mitchell, right? It's not about that. It's about analyzing your stakeholder. And if Simona is the powerful, influential stakeholder, then she needs that level of engagement. But if she's not, maybe I need to not disengage, but bring my engagement level down a little bit and work with the right stakeholders. So engage with what kind of stakeholders? Engage with empowered stakeholders. This is the key. Agile, the key is not stakeholders. Key is not teams. The new PMBOK guide, the key is not stakeholders. The key to the exam success is not team members. Empowered team members, empowered stakeholders, right? Teams should feel that they have certain level of legitimate power or their buy-in is required. So gone are those days when teams will be imposed the work. Now, the idea is empowered teams embrace the work because they are part of the mission. They feel that they're part of this mission, right? Engage the stakeholders. And how are we going to engage the stakeholders? By communicating and sharing information which is effective and efficient. That's how we will share information that's how we'll engage our stakeholders. So engage, empower stakeholders by sharing effective and efficient information. You know what? This doesn't help actually. So many times it doesn't help. What helps is when I form agreements with my stakeholders, like with Simona, like with Mike Mitchell, agreements like this. In the beginning itself, I start forming agreements. So the third step here is for working agreements. Don't just engage, don't just share information. Engage and share because you want to form working agreements with them. You want to have these working agreements with them. That's why, right? To form working agreements with your stakeholders, you must collaborate with them. You must collaborate with them. Collaborate with them because working agreements will be formed, but collaboration will be required to negotiate, and collaboration will be required to have conflicts. You know, just because you engage with your stakeholders, just because you share effective and efficient information, just because you have been able to form working agreements does not mean anything. Stakeholders does not mean that stakeholders are questioning on your actions. Stakeholders are not going to question you on the path the project is taking. They will still question you. They will question you, and your ability during this time to collaborate with stakeholders to negotiate and resolve the conflict will come handy. Number 4, that is the exam content outline for stakeholder engagement. That engage empowered stakeholders, share effective and efficient information, form working agreements with your stakeholder. Don't just not work with stakeholder without any agreement, level of agreement, and collaborate, which means negotiate, resolve conflicts and negotiate. To do both of them, we must facilitate. That's what facilitation is all about. Someone needs to put their phone on mute, or something is going on here, the beeping.
I have a feeling somebody's probably answered another call, and this is placed on hold. So that's probably what that beep is.
That is actually very annoying not for me. I'll continue, but there are people who are interested in the course. They want to communicate. They want to learn here. I want to deliver a message, and for me also it is mutual learning. This creates a lot of disturbance for everyone, and I speak on behalf of everyone for such a thing, right? It's just not good for the session.
So Hemant, you just have to mute caller 8. That's the one that you have control. You should be able to do that.
For me, go to me when it's just sharing a document. Actually, who is caller 8?
They wouldn't be able to hear you, right? They're on another call. So if you can mute them, I think.
Okay, all right. So there we go. But this is, in corporate setting. If this happened when I was training at Tesla, if this happened when I'm training at City of Hamilton, if this happened when I was training at Royal Bank of Canada, if this happened at any other place, it will not be taken in the right spirit by the organization itself, right? But because this is this course, some of the folks have been invited here. People just sometimes take this for granted. Sharing of knowledge. Yesterday, I was in the session with almost 53 people in my session for PMP. And I said, knowledge is the most destructive component in the world. Knowledge can cause the greatest destruction, right? Your nuclear bomb is greatest example of a creation of destruction. And the destruction is knowledge. Extreme knowledge. You say extreme simplicity leads to awesome. Extreme simplicity leads to there's this term we were talking about it last week. So awesome, right? Let's just say. Similarly, extreme knowledge can lead to destruction too. Right? It is cause of greatest destruction in the world. And this sentiment, right, this just takes everything off actually. Anyways, number 5. Then the next step is, so engage, share, form working relationships, collaborate, and good agile coaches and teams will establish shared vision. I've been saying from beginning that the teams are together because they believe and they're willing to execute your vision as a leader. They're willing to execute or carry your vision because you are sharing, continuously telling them what the vision is all about. This is how in the exam there are questions about how teams come to conversion from diversion to conversion. How do teams diverge to converge? Because they continue to think about the vision. Conflicts are not everlasting. Conflicts are welcome because the empowered team members and stakeholders, they know what the vision is. So continue to establish the vision and continue to develop. The most important thing on agile teams is develop shared understanding. Continue to develop shared understanding. So these are the elements that you will get tested on the exam. If you have taken this note down, the only thing you need to do is in the exam, you read a question, you apply one of the fundamentals. This is what is going to help you answer all those 20 questions. This idea here that has been listed. It is the most important component of today's discourse, from the first that we created together, the mind map, and this. Here you go. You have answered all 20 questions on this exam. Let me just put it this way, that last year, I think it was Mahira, you were that part of that course, right? Because you quit that course because you wanted to do the PMP first, correct?
Yeah, I switched out.
Everyone in that course wrote the exam and everyone passed the exam with above target there. Not even one person, right, did not write the exam, let alone fail. No one fails in our school, by the way. That the idea of failing is rarely happens in this school, in my school, right? This is my business, so I take care of it and nurture people. If at the end of the year, we had 3 failures actually, unfortunately, last year, but out of 534 people who passed the exam. That is the rate at which I deliver my content, the level of accountability we maintain as a team in our school. So if you are taking the notes, everything that is being shared, and especially those Thursday sessions with Rachel, would be very helpful, because this will give you mindsets to answer questions also. There are 2 parts to this, right, course. So there we go. So continue moving to the next slide, which is, now this slide becomes extremely easy, right? Now look, we're here, but we don't need to necessarily read this. I'll just demonstrate this to you. So this is what the second page of your book will talk about today. It talks about, number 1, empower your stakeholders. Number 2, share the information. Number 3, form working agreements. Number 4, collaborate with your stakeholders. Establish vision and shared understanding, and provide and maintain understanding of the project, and of course, transparency and balance. It's actually balance uncertainty, and a balanced certainty and adaptability, but it should be actually uncertainty. You got to balance that. You know, the uncertain environment of knowledge-based project, balance it with adaptability. Balance uncertainty with adaptability for better planning. But really, what is important is these top items here. From exam standpoint, this is what you're getting tested on. So make sure that you have got this map here with you. You got this map, right? This is critical for your success. And stakeholder engagement. And we already talked about it. Look what happens when we create mind maps. We said stakeholder engagement, number 1, identification. Number 2, analysis of stakeholders. Analysis of stakeholders to understand what? Analysis of stakeholders, Rahul, to understand what? What do you want to understand by analysis of stakeholders? Okay, Rahul is not there on the screen. Let's go to, he's back. So Rahul, analysis of stakeholders to understand what? Why do we do analysis of stakeholders?
Because we want to find out the I forget the exact word, sorry, the level of influence they have. So we're not spending
influence, interest, authority, and attitude, right? When I say attitude, in the exam, you will find questions on attitude. Attitude does not mean good attitude, bad attitude. Attitude means, do they support the project, and do they not support the project? And if a stakeholder does not support the project, so Meher, if a stakeholder does not support a project, what should you do? So agile concept. If a stakeholder does not support your project right now, what should you do?
You should engage them in their projects. It could be that they're not aware of the benefits.
Actually, if the stakeholder does not support the project, what you should do is you should immediately address their concerns. Address their concerns. And those concerns could come from, I don't know if the benefits are there, or address concerns. I have a personal problem with one of the stakeholders. I don't want to be part of a meeting. Or the requirements, you didn't take my requirements, I don't want to be part of a project, right? Address their concerns. So keep that in mind. Stakeholders can be highly authoritative people, and they cannot be, so if you take a look at it, they cannot be managed all the time. You don't manage your stakeholder, you engage them. How can you manage someone who has high authority than you have? How can, in your meeting, a product owner will come. A product owner could be a vice president. As an agile scrum master or agile project manager, you could be the person with minimal authority called the servant leader, right? Someone who is supposed to carry food and water. If you are supposed to carry food and water, how can you manage a stakeholder? The idea is engagement of stakeholders. Stakeholder people need to be engaged, not managed. Management is done to financial resources. Management is done to raw material. Management is done to assets, etc. Human resources should be always engaged. First engaged and then managed, right? Engagement leads to forming trust. That's why, exam question. Engagement is where trust is formed. When trust is formed, now people are willing to give you 100%, right? This is a very interesting phenomena. I don't know how many of you heard about it. How many of you know about this? So it goes like this, that the foundation of project management, whether you are executing projects by agile approach or conventional approach, is trust. This is the first thing that we must do as project managers, the project coaches, the agile coaches, the scrum master. The first thing we should do, form trust with our team. They should trust us. People will trust us. When do people trust us? When do people trust me in anything that I do? Even when do our kids trust us? Sometimes our kids also don't trust us. 90% of families suffer from this syndrome of kids not trusting them. Why? Because we are not authentic with them and we are not genuine with them. We are not authentic, we are not genuine. These are the two greatest flaws we continue to carry culturally, the way we have been, genuine and authentic. People who are authentic and genuine, you immediately, people say, there's this book called Blink. I don't know how many read the book Blink. It talks about great relationships as they compare marriages in India to marriages on a speed dating site. And they said the speed dating site marriages were phenomenal. 6 seconds is when people found the true connection, because connection happened because authentic and genuine people came together. And there you go, 6 seconds they knew that I want to have 30 more minutes with this person. They were only given 30 seconds to meet each other. And the relationships that were formed were so formidable that they have lasted for 15, 20, 30 years, right? Authentic and genuine. Project managers must be very authentic and genuine. Trust is formed. When trust is formed between people, you know what happens when trust is formed? People become fearless. We become fearless. People will become fearless. What does fearlessness mean? Fearlessness does not mean going there and fighting and taking our swords out and killing each other. No. Fearlessness means we do not fear conflict. We know that we don't fear conflicts anymore. We don't fear conflicts. We are ready to diverge. We are ready to diverge because we know we will converge. We have the support of this genuine and authentic leader, right? Trust leads to fear of conflict being eliminated. When fear of conflict is eliminated, it is at this time when commitment of the team, you get the commitment of your team. Now you get the commitment. So don't go there on day one and say, I want you committed. What will happen if you go there? If you are Trump and you go and you say to Comey, the FBI director, I want you to be loyal to me. This is what he said. Comey is even 4 inches taller than Trump. So Trump is very tall. Trump is 6 feet 2 inches. Comey is 6'5". And Trump is looking at him like this and saying, I want you to be loyal to me. Oh, come on, man. This guy is taller than you, is stronger than you. Go ask for his loyalty like that. To get his loyalty, you need him to trust you. He should not have any fear of your authority. And now he will show commitment. Had he done that, this would have been a very good relationship for him, probably. So he started the conflict right there, right? So look, trust, fear, elimination of fear of conflict leads to commitment. This is where accountability happens. You want your teams to be accountable. Commitment does not lead to accountability, right? Commitment, when teams are committed, and now when they become accountable means Now they have become empowered. Now they have become self-directing. Now they have become self-organizing, accountable. Now, when accountability is achieved and that level is achieved, it is at this time what we all want happens. This is when everything that our leaders want happen, and it's called results are generated. You know, it's very easy to say, I want results from you, right? I go to my daughter who's 13 years old, 12 years old, turning 13. I say, I want results from you. Leela, I want results from you. I think she should tell me, Dad, first work on trust, forming trust with me, right? I'm fearful of you when you get mad at me when I don't do my homework. I want you to work on this. Then I will show you my commitment. I'll become more accountable, and there is this result. So I continue to talk to my daughter about Kanban board every day. Kanban, Kanban, Kanban. And I tell her in the morning, even to Rachel, the same thing every day I repeat, that every morning we are born again. What we do today matters the most. Make a list of things that you want to achieve, including TikTok that you want to watch. I tell her this. What do all these things that you want to do every day need from you? You know, if you ask her this question, she will say resources. All these tasks are resource hungry. That's her language now, resource hungry. I say, okay, what are your resources, Leela, at this time? She says, Dad, my resources are intellect. My resources right now are time. I have time. I have intellect. I have skills, some that I've developed. Then I tell her, you don't have one resource right now, which is financial. If you ever have an idea, come. I will be the sponsor of a project and I'll write you a check and you execute a project for me, right? So there you go. Kanban. Go, throw it out to people. And look, the mindset starts changing a little bit, right? Because we start looking into things. And this is what portfolio management leadership is all about. Leadership looks at projects, looks at these different projects, says, which project should I execute? They say, which project should I execute? They will take a project that is the least resource hungry. Similarly, which team member should I promote as a leader? The person who is the least resource hungry, person who is least concerned with growth, person who is least concerned with so many other things. That you hire a person, the first thing is, what is it there for me? Man, you're not showing me anything. What can I tell you? What is there for me? Show me something. Then I'll tell you what is in there for me, right? What kind of a bonus? You're not started working. Well, what kind of a bonus is there? My criteria is up there, my friend. Right now, in the interview, I didn't see anything being met. So when you meet some of the criteria, there is a bonus, right? So before hiring, people talk about bonuses, but there you go. You know, this is a great book. It's called 5 Dysfunctions of a Team. You should read it. Put your hands on this book called 5 Dysfunctions of a Team. It is a thin, small, little book, but it's so explosive with the kind of information it provides, and it opens your mind towards this subject of project management in a philosophical way, right? And it talks about these 5 areas. So it says, if you want results, make sure the teams are accountable. For accountability, there should be commitment. For commitment, there should be no fear of conflict. And to eliminate fear of conflict, you should form trust. So look at it both ways, up, down, and bottoms up, right? Something that I always talk to when I'm talking to people. There we go. So we come here, engagement, trust. So in the exam, there's a question, how does engagement happen? For engagement to happen, form trust. That's the foundation, the first step, right? Now, so stakeholders can be highly authoritative people. They cannot be managed. So what do we do with them? We engage them. Number one concept. And the idea is not just engage them. This is not the idea. The idea is to engage them frequently using an engagement plan. But how do you create an engagement plan? To create an engagement plan, as I said before, first, identify your stakeholders. Number 2, analyze your stakeholders to understand what is their influence, authority, power, interest, and attitude towards the project. Analyze them. Number 3, prioritize them. And now you can create the engagement plan. As I said before, Agile is all about stakeholders' stewardship. The idea of safeguarding and looking after people. If you want people to be committed, you will have to ensure that they understand they're safeguarded and you're looking after them well, right? People feel looked after, and there you go, they are with you now, right? So that's why I like this thing. Execute the will of leadership. To execute the will of leadership, you will have to, at least at a bare minimum, form trust and eliminate. And the second thing, eliminate fear from the minds of fear and conflict, the idea of conflict from the mind of people, and summon what's best in them. And summon what's best in them is the idea of mutual respect. Mutual respect, right? Get the team to mutually respect each other. And when teams start mutually respecting each other mutually, they become interdependent. They rely on each other now. You want to establish a team that is interdependent, not independent. Interdependent team rely on each other. Interdependent families rely on each other for decision making. Interdependent families, they have problems too, right? Team families that become interdependent, they have problems too, but they are able to sit together on the dining table and speak about the problems openly to each other. So keep that in mind, the 5 things that I wrote down, from trust to results. So questions here for us. There are 2 questions from exam standpoint that I put here that I could remember for my own exam. If an organization is new to Agile, what should be done? Famous ACP question. If organization stakeholders are new to Agile, what would happen? What would happen if they're Gorangna, if you are a stakeholder, you have never used Agile before, and you have been thrown into an Agile project? How would you feel?
I'll feel lost.
Or overwhelmed, maybe?
Yes.
Right? And if I told you, well, don't worry about it, how about I send you for 2-day coaching on Agile? How would you feel now?
Better.
A little better. There you go. So the answer is, whenever you will see a scenario on the exam, maybe a couple of times, when stakeholders are coming to a project and they have never been part of Agile, they've been part of conventional approaches, your job is to coach them. That's why in the beginning I said there are 5 traits of a servant leader, right? If you want to be a Scrum Master, Agile coach, or Agile leader, you have to demonstrate 5 traits. And I asked that question to Gazwan in the beginning. I said, Gazwan, what are those 5 things? And next time when I ask you that question, because the problem with me is that the memory God gifted me is such that I don't forget anything. So I'll go back to Gazwan again and say, what are those 5 things that I listed for you? Now you need to say those 5 things to the class. Servant leader demonstrates 5 traits.
All right. Newsletter the team from externals.
Very good.
Doing facilitation, facilitate the team. Okay.
Good.
And remove the obstacles and the blockers from the team.
Impediments, blockers, and obstacles.
Yeah.
Great. You use all 3 that I wanted. Great. I didn't even say the 2. Great.
And resolve the issues.
Resolve the issues when needed. Otherwise, teams can resolve their own conflicts. Good. And number 5, which
and,
is
act or be an expert and coach the team.
Very good. That's where the answer comes from. This question in an Agile exam comes from servant leadership. Famous question, because there will be so many organizations that are going to continue to adopt Agile mindset for next 15, 20 years now. This is an ongoing process. So this is a great time to slightly make a move into this side of the world, the Agile mindset, right? Something which has been propagated by Apple in late 1990s, as I said before in the last class, right? Amazon has believed in this from the very beginning itself, when they came up with the idea of two pizza. A team that can consume more than 2 pizzas has become is a big size now. We need to cut it short, right? 2 pizza concept. So great. So thank you guys, Juan. That was a good answer.
Thank you.
So now the next one is 5 questions for 5 different participants right now here. So Number 1 question, number 2 question, number 3 question, number 4 question, and number 5 question, right? So Hamza, first question, what are one of the fears, what can you think the executive or leadership fear is? One of the fears that executive or leadership have. What are the fear?
Is specifically related to a project? I'm trying to understand the context of the question here.
No, look at this scenario. The fear, these are 5 things on the ACP exam, these 5 concepts. What are some of the concerns or fears of executives? So if you are an executive, a vice president or a senior vice president or a CEO, if you are an executive, what is one of the fear that you have? What do? You take organizational action in response to a need. Do you do that?
Yeah.
You execute, you approve projects, you approve different projects because every project will take you closer to the vision. As a leader, that's what you want, correct?
Yeah.
Right? So every project requires what? Requires?
A shared vision.
Every project requires what? All projects are what? Fill in the blanks hungry. They are all fill in the blanks hungry. I use the word.
Resource hungry, okay.
All need resources, correct? What does do resources cost money?
Yes.
So executives make investments, correct?
Correct.
And what is their fear then? If the project fails, what will happen to the investment?
The investment will lose. It won't pay off the benefits.
So can we say that the fear or concerns of an executive are fear of failure? This is their primary concern, correct? Agreed?
Yeah.
So look, fear of failure. So terminology, constraining our terminology in management, leadership is very important. The executives, the only fear they have, the investment I am making, if it fails or if it does not generate value. So 2 things, fear of failure and lack of value. They are always looking into value. The one word with leadership is value, fear of failure and value, right? So good. So there we go. Second is managers. What are some of the concerns of managers? What are one of the concerns? Managers also have fear. All managers have fear actually. They are also very fearful. Let's see in the class who can answer this question. And we will go to Deepti. Deepti, what do you think are some of the fears that manager can have?
A non-performing team or team members.
Non-performing team. Okay. Let me put it this way to you. You have someone who is working under you. Okay.
Okay.
And this person is an outperformer all the time.
Okay.
The leadership continues to look at this person. And they're watching this person because this person is an outperformer, even outperforming you sometimes. What is your fear?
Fear of not being relevant or someone else taking over.
Fear of not being relevant or fear of loss of control.
Correct.
You know, managers, this is their continuous fear. Sometimes they do not, because lack of integrity is shown by managers because they don't promote people under them, because they fear that they will outshine. Sometimes in the interview, they don't hire the best resource because they fear that they have more knowledge, right? So in the exam, you will find this question. Loss of fear that I will lose control. That's why I will not adopt agile mindset because I'll become a servant leader. That is where the exam is coming from, right? Lack of adoption of agile practice sometimes is because of managers' intervention. Managers' intervention and misguiding the leadership in saying that these projects will not generate value because they fear they will lose control because they will become servant leaders from now on. The authority will go away, right? Development teams in agile environment. Development teams in agile environment. So let's go to Pavanjeet. Pavanjeet has been a BA, so he works as a BA, so he works very closely with development teams. So he should be able to answer this question. So what is the fear of development team, Pavanjeet, based on your work as a business analyst? Okay, Pavanjit is not there, so we'll continue moving. We'll go to Sandy. Sandy, what do you think?
Maybe fear of not meeting the deadlines, or else the defective code.
Yeah, okay, defective code, that's their fear. Or I think the fear of development team is when management imposes on them a certain approach. They are comfortable with the approach, waterfall, and suddenly management says, no, you work on this new approach. You know, IBM hates Agile because their contracts are short term now. The contracts are getting and Sandy, you need to go on mute, please. Because your mic echoes, that's fine. So contracts are going. So development team, the fear for development team is a new approach will be imposed on them and the set ways of their working will be disturbed, right? IBM wants to make as much money as possible coming to Royal Bank of Canada where you work. And now, because of Agile, the contracts will not be long-term. It's called Agile contracting. You deliver value, I'll sign you more. You deliver value, I'll sign you more. So they feared that a methodology will be imposed on them and set practices will be disturbed. User community. What is the role of Liliana? What is the role of user community on our projects?
The users community. Well, I think is the change the change management, right? That is going to have an impact on them.
So when you create a product, who gives you the requirement? The stakeholders, the user community, right? People who will consume the product, correct? So one of the fears of user community is that they will not get everything that they're asking for because we are constrained. All projects are constrained because sponsor does not give unlimited supply of money. So fear of user community is that they will not get everything that they're asking for. Not all requirements will be fulfilled. This is the fear with which stakeholders come into your meetings. I'm going to give the requirements. I'll spend all this time with them. There is no guarantee still that my pain will be relieved, right? So fear of user community is the requirement. So exam question, when you're working with user community, work in such a way that they also understand that you have constraints and limitations and not everything will be delivered, rather than dropping the bomb on them after collecting the requirement for 3 months and saying, sorry, your requirement doesn't fit the constraint profile of my project. Not good. In the beginning, you always show the stakeholder the mirror of constraint, right? So it's just like this. There's this great story that I heard from a Brazilian guy, right? The story goes like this. Let's stop here because we have time today. 12 more slides left and not much, right? Already conveyed the message to you. So the story goes like this. There is this two young guys, and let's just say Rahul is young. Those younger days, he's still young, but those younger days, Rahul's younger days. And let's pick up let's pick up Gazwan, our younger days, Gazwan and Rahul, right? I'm older than you guys, but there you go. So younger days, Rahul worked very aggressively, and of course, he's tall, dark, and handsome. So he is also dating a beautiful woman. Goes to work every morning, right? And every Valentine's, because he likes to surprise the girl that he's dating, he always brings these beautiful red roses in the evening. It's not even a surprise anymore, right? So it's been going on. They had been dating for 8 years. Rahul, the executive, tall, dark, and handsome, steps out on that 14th February like any other day because he wants to still create that surprise that, oh, I don't really care kind of an attitude. Goes to work, and now Agile project is on. And in the Agile project team, there's some problem going on at work, and he is looking at his watch. It's almost 4:30, so it's still time. It's okay. And he also knows that it's Valentine's Day. Red roses are going to vanish from Loblaws and everywhere, and shops and everything will be gone. Suddenly, the director picks up the phone and says, Rahul, can you just come over, please? And I need to speak to you. Rahul looks at 4:30, man. Let me just make it quick. Goes in there, but suddenly it's 5:30. He still can't say anything because his promotion is online soon. So he doesn't want to step out. He about to step out. And then suddenly the VP catches it. I have to talk to him. How many times do I even get an opportunity? 15 minutes past there. Suddenly it's 7 o'clock. He's now rushing, picks up his bag, and he's rushing. But on the other side of the world, in Japan, another story is unfolding, and this story is Ghazwan's story. It's happening in Japan, actually. Ghazwan is also dating another girl. And there is no surprise in his life. He doesn't care what is 14th of February. It's just waste of money. Any other day. So he also leaves his office, leave for your office in the morning the same day. Even if the girlfriend is expecting something, she doesn't expect, whatever. He'll go, he'll come. It's the same day. Or we'll have watch TV maybe. Ghazwan goes to work, the same thing happens. He reaches work, the same Rahul scenario plays in Japan to the other side of the world. One is playing in US, but on the same day, there's two scenarios are playing. He goes to work, Ghazwan, and suddenly there's 6 o'clock, 6:30. He is coming back from work, and suddenly Ghazwan is coming back from work, and Rahul, both of them are now walking back. Rahul goes to the store. He doesn't find any roses. He steps out, rushing, goes to another store, doesn't find roses, and suddenly it's 9. He knows that the stores are closed. There are no red roses for him. So Rahul has no red roses. The guy who's been bringing red roses for 8 years has no red roses today. On the other hand, Ghazwan walks around and suddenly on the roadside finds a farmer's market and there are red roses. Ghazwan feels, oh man, it was so beautiful, such beautiful roses. Let me pick up some roses. Ghazwan has picked up the roses. Rahul, the guy who needs roses, doesn't have roses. Both men, one with roses, one who has been doing this ritual for 8 years, has no roses. With his head down, Rahul is walking back home that, oh my God, now what will happen at home? And Ghazwan is like, whoa, I got red roses. I never gave roses. This will be a good surprise. So suddenly Rahul finds a park. He gets down his subway, downtown Toronto, finds this, or in New York, finds this park, Central Park, walking by Central Park to his apartment. He finds these white daisies on the ground. He pulls them out and grabs them and says, at least I have some flowers. So both of them ring the bell at their house. Of course, in Rahul's case, the girl is excited. She's waiting for him to come. He's already late because they are supposed to go out for dinner. Opens the door, and what she sees is these muddy flowers in his hand like this. He's holding, and he says, Happy Valentine's. She looks at the flowers. She says, look, you changed. I know you changed. Every year, the first is with 24 roses, then 12 roses, then at least there were roses, but this year you plucked them out of the ground and you came home. Stakeholder, classic stakeholder example. Sometimes stakeholders, they give you requirements and you set such expectations with them that when you don't meet the expectation, they get really, really mad, right? That is why it is very important, whether you are in a relationship or you are working with stakeholders, to, when you start working with them on the same day, start showing them the mirror of constraints. We can only do that much work because we have only 3 months, and because you know what, we only have been given $1 million and the requirement that we are worth $3 million. So bear with me if you are not able to deliver your requirements in the first phase, but I promise you in the second and third phase, I'll bring them out. If you start conveying this message to your stakeholders, they will have the mindset that not everything that they want will be delivered, right? Only those requirements, as Manish said in the beginning of the class, will have value, will be delivered first. Then on the other side of the world, the story unfolds and Ghazwan also rings the bell. The door opens and the girl sees the roses and so happy she jumps on Ghazwan, right? What unfolds after that is the story between them. We'll not get there, but look at this, what happens, expectations, right? Marginalize the expectations. This mirror of constraint is such an important mirror to show the stakeholders in the beginning itself, that you have requirements, I have constraints. How about we work together and negotiate and see what generates the most value and deliver it first? followed by others, right? So the moral, the Brazilian guy told me that story long time ago, and today I remembered it. I thought, what a fitting place to put it in here, that when agile mindset is about negotiating not to create win-lose situation for our stakeholders, but to create win-win situation. And that win-win situation can only be created when we only prioritize based on value, nothing but value. Sometimes some of the heavyweight stakeholders are guilty of pushing their requirements into our scope of work because of their authority and influence. The least value comes from executive requirements, because what they seek is a PDF report. Sometimes it's cost us $100,000. And the person who's taking a call in a call center sits there and the call is dropping, that requirement gets dropped. The phone system is now working, and it has not been working for 15 years, but no one pays attention to that. But everyone pays attention to an executive's report, which only the executive consumes, zero value. Agile principles. So there you go, the mindset comes into play. Agile principles are about prioritization of stakeholders' requirements, called user stories, by ensuring that only those requirements that fit into the constraint profile of the project are delivered, and only those requirements, as Manish said in the beginning, which have highest level of value, get delivered first. So this is the story here, right? Now keep in mind the second, this mark here, second one here, second point here. This is on the exam, the fears, people's fears, right? At different levels in the organization, right? And just for you to know, there are, maybe we'll come to that later, but keep this in mind, because what we said here, what we talked about here, even when you're going for leadership interview, you want to talk about this, the fear. I work with executives because they fear the risk of failure, and during that time I'm understanding what risk they face and I'm developing a response for it, right? I work with these managers who fear loss of control. I empathize with them and I coach them, I mentor them, right? That it's not going to happen. We work together on this, right? So anyway, so there we go. This is a very important slide from exam standpoint. The idea of engagement with trust. Then you have your teams 100%. Otherwise, they were never 100%, right? Authentic and genuine leadership is key to success on agile-based project, because it is when you demonstrate authentic and genuine leadership is when trust happens, right? Keep that in mind. Moving on. Gulf of evaluation. Love this part, actually. This is exam question for you. One question from this slide. Gulf of evaluation is how Kumaran, the stakeholder, says, I would like to have certain thing, but I think what he says, I understand it a little differently. I kind of like understand it a little differently. He wants, actually he's trying to convey to me that he wants this and a tree here. This is what Ghazwan wants. He's trying to convey this to me. But what I'm understanding is that Ghazwan wants actually this. This is what Ghazwan wants, right? Gulf of evaluation is very common on IT project. The reason it exists is because we take stakeholders' requirements and then we forget about them. We do not create a small little component and then show it to our stakeholders so that they can give us feedback, right? So when we take requirements and deliver them after 2 years, Gulf of evaluation takes place. Stakeholder thought about something, we understood it differently, and we conveyed it further. In the book that you will read, there's a good picture to understand Gulf of evaluation. Very common on IT projects. A stakeholder is saying something, we are listening, but we are understanding it differently. What it does is that expectation of stakeholder are that they are looking for this kind of a house, and what they're getting is this. How can we avoid it? We can avoid it by using iterative approaches, right? What's the most dangerous thing about Gulf of evaluation? Waste. Number one, waste. You're developing something that will be rendered useless, right? Number one. Second, frustration and low adoption. Stakeholders get frustrated. Now they start feeling. So I said, stakeholders, when you analyze your stakeholders, they could be influential, they could be high authority or power, they could be interested in a project. And the fourth thing that I said was attitude. You know why stakeholders have a poor attitude towards project management? Why some stakeholders feel that why are we paying $100 an hour for a project manager? They are useless. They only write project charters and project management plans. Why? Because they have lost trust and faith on us. The reason they have lost faith and trust on us is because of the frustration that they have that we say something, they say that they have understood it. When the team develops it after 6 months, it is so useless. It's not even close to what we are looking for. Agile has changed that a little bit right now. So frustration and low adoption takes place if gulf of evaluation is there. Avoid it. You can, third point, you can avoid it. How can you avoid it? By frequent evaluation, validation, and feedback loops. Agile principle. So the idea of gulf of evaluation is you can avoid it. This will happen on all projects. Stakeholders also cannot, now pay attention to this statement. Stakeholders also cannot visualize the end state. There is always lack of end state clarity. There is always lack of end state clarity. So how do we overcome this lack of end state clarity? The only way to overcome the lack of end state clarity is develop your products in horizontal slices of a system, or develop your product in iterations where stakeholders can come and provide us early feedback. And because of this feedback loop, we can improve the product. And by doing that, we will eliminate waste. We will not leave stakeholders dissatisfied, and the frustration and low adoption would be not there. Avoid all this. Avoid gulf of evaluation by frequent validation and creating feedback loops. Keep that in mind. Very, very important. And we will actually stop here and go for lunch, but I'll take some questions.
Hemant, I have one question. It's Rahul, sorry. When we were talking about the fear of the different types of stakeholders, executive managers, dev teams, user communities, did I miss the one that we wrote down for fear of supporting and the support for the supporting groups? I didn't write anything.
Yes, you did, and I also forgot. Supporting group, good question. Supporting groups. What is supporting groups' fear? Supporting groups are subject matter experts. Their fear is their time will be consumed in providing requirement rather than doing operational work, right? Their operational work will be impacted because now they will have to become part of the projects. This is what operational people fear. Man, these guys take us 30% of our time into projects. They will say, I have to only work 70%. I was writing 100 applications when I was not part of the project. Now that I'm part of the project, I'm still writing 100%. So where does this liberation of work take place, right? So the fear is they will overburden me with work, and I'll have to become a part of project now, and I'll have to continue doing what I do. The pressure, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss it, but thank you.
That you actually pointed out to something that I omitted. So great. Okay, any other questions, guys, before we go on lunch for about 35 minutes, back at 1:05? All right, question for you. How are you finding Agile? Is it interesting?
It's really different from the PMP.
Sorry?
It's really different from the PMP.
Yeah, the different mindset. Yeah, PMP is more authoritative, assigning, right? Assign the work. So they say leadership is assigned and you could emerge as a leader. Leadership is assigned when the leader says, execute my vision and I'll promote you. There is a carrot for you right here, right? I'm not your servant that I need your carrot. I would rather have so much knowledge that I'll emerge as leader and maybe I'll bypass you, right? Other people are watching me. Emergent leadership over assigned leadership. I think all of us must strive for emergent leadership, emerging as leaders. So emergent leadership is a type of leadership where people now cannot ignore you. You don't need your boss to promote you. There are other people who are seeing your performance and saying, would you like to work with us? Because we would really like you as part of our team. That's why a good project manager moves from a stagnant team into a good team, because other people are noticing this person. We cannot stop this person. It's emerging. The knowledge is just not the same as other people. It's beyond other people's comprehension. When you become someone who is beyond normal people's comprehension is when you become a leader. Otherwise, you're not a leader, right? When 90% of people will fail to comprehend you, either you are crazy, right? Or you are a leader. You choose what you are. But you have to go sometimes beyond people's comprehension. Your philosophy of life should take you beyond comprehension of 90% people. 10% hear you, understand you. Now you are with that community that you want to be with. Till the time everyone hears you and understand you, you're not there yet. I'm not there yet. That's how I say. I'm not there yet, right? So on that note, if there are no questions, we'll go for lunch break.
Okay,
Okay.
hi.
Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted you to just provide clarity on the concept of divergence and convergence again. I think I missed it when you were explaining. So if you could just clarify what it is again.
Sorry, who is this?
This is Afolabi.
Afolabi. So, diversion is, when I say diversion, diverge is when we have difference in opinion. So teams must diverge. Difference of opinion in agile environment is welcomed, right? But because they all have a shared understanding, because they all have a shared understanding of the vision, they quickly converge because they know that we have to get to a goal. Common understanding and consensus is formed. Diverge to converge. So eliminating fear of conflict, fear of submission from the minds of people. That's what it means. Good?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Hemant, this is Karangana. I have a question, not about the content, but just wanted to check, will you be guiding us to fill the ACP, register for exam as well?
So will we be guiding you to fill up the ACP application? Of course, we will do it together. Everything that we need to till we pass the ACP exam remains our responsibility. How about that? Did that answer the question?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Good.
Just one last thing. I still not got any emails, so will I get it?
We're just sending it forward. Now it will come.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, just getting it forwarded. Okay, guys, thank you very much. And when we come back, we'll go over about 13 more slides. And after that, we will XP. I want to talk about XP a little bit before we break off. Extreme programming and lean. There are two concepts that I want to discuss from exam standpoint. I don't want to read those two because those are not very important. Lean, we will spend about 10 minutes. XP will spend about 5 minutes. I'll give you some tips from exam standpoint. Otherwise, in general life, XP, extreme programming, doesn't have much value for all of us. From exam standpoint, there are a couple of questions. I want to address those. Okay, all right, great. Lunch break, guys.
Okay, thanks.
Reconvene in 35.
Lunch.
How about 105 or 110? How much time do you guys need? 110 is good? 110?
110.
Yes, yeah, 110 is fine.
Go up to 245, guys. We'll go up to 245 or maybe 250 today. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hemant.
This conference will now be recorded.
So, just like Agile Charter, which is used to communicate the vision, business case is also used to communicate the vision. But what does a business case contain? The first traces of a requirement, if, like they said, the first traces of humans were found in, I don't know where. Similarly, for every project, there are first traces of a requirement. First traces of the requirements of the projects are documented in the business case, where high level need is. So what does a business case contain? It has a documented, clear documented one-line statement called need. What is need? Need is either a problem statement or a opportunity statement. All the projects in the world that you will work on, any projects that you can think of in your history of work as a project manager, project leader, program manager, portfolio manager, has originated because of a need. A need. And need, your project could be resolving a problem, or your project could be exploiting an opportunity. That is the primary reason why we execute project, either to address a problem or to exploit an opportunity, right? Need. Business case contains clear documentation of need. So establish the shared vision and communicate. Communicate the shared vision and establish the shared common understanding. Look at the need and ensure that the project and the deliverables that you're creating continue to address the need. That's what business case contains. One line. But sometimes you ask people, what do you think is a business case? They will say it is a justification of cost versus benefits. No, that is not what it is. Business case is the justification of business need. And a small component of business case addresses the cost versus benefit analysis. Keep that in mind. Business case is the justification of the business need. And a small component is about how much is the investment, cost or investment, and what are the benefits. It adds now, it makes this business case even more compelling. Business case is nothing but a compelling story. It's just like going to the bank and asking for a loan. If you do not have a good business case, they will not give you a loan. So what is a business case? It's a compelling story. You're presenting a compelling story on which someone will say, I will make my investment. You have to make it so compelling that someone will say, I'm willing to put $100 million towards this, right? So business case contains clearly the need, the cost, the benefits, and again, just like project charter, it contains the alignment, long-term alignment with organizational strategy, like the strategic alignment. How does this project aligns, right? So look, when business cases are developed, if I have to communicate the shared vision, I review the business case. I look at the business needs, so I know all this. So when I'm executing the project, I'm always ensuring that the need will be met. The need will be met. Guys, make sure that the need will be met. This is what I'm communicating to my team. Now, business cases, when they get approved, is when the project is initiated. So this is important for you. So organizations, this is how this is an organization. This is an organization. You know, they have numerous problems. They face numerous problems and they face numerous opportunities. These problems and opportunities are called business need. Just like I gave you this example of Rahul and Gazwan, expectations of stakeholders, and we have to marginalize them with constraints. This organization called Google also does not have unlimited supply of infinity, unlimited supply of money. They have limited money, limited time, limited resources. But they have so many different needs, problems, and opportunities. So what do the organizations do? They look at these different needs that they have and they prioritize. They prioritize them, they write business cases for these different needs, and any business case that is compelling gets approved. When a business case gets approved, the project is initiated. And when the project is initiated, we write the project charters or agile charters. So this is the journey. Project charter happens when initiation, but prior to initiation, organization has done all this research to turn your project. Look at sometimes project execution from initiating to execution is only 12 months, but the approval process for 3 years because organizations were searching for resources because every project is resource hungry and they didn't have the resources. Imagine the responsibility that you have on your shoulders. If you look back a little bit and see how much hard work the organization has done to get this project financed. Sometimes they even take line of credit to execute a project. And we come into the project thinking I can charge $100 an hour and I just execute the project. We never even look at the historical footprints of the project. It is very important. That's why Agile, it is very important to understand the need. It is very important to understand the strategic alignment. It is very important to understand our key stakeholders from here so that we can continue to communicate the vision and develop shared understanding. Keep that in mind. That's the reason. You don't need to know what the business case contains. You don't need to know what the charter contains. You just need to know what is the goal behind using these documents. It's not there to create heavy document, because the idea of Agile value is not comprehensive documentation. Idea is working software. So we are not going to carry this comprehensive documentation, but make no mistake, Agile, we do not say that we will not create documentation, but we say that we will create documentation at the very last responsible moment. Keep this in mind. At the very last responsible moment, right? Not at the last moment. A very last responsible moment. Okay, so there are your sorry. And as I said, the third is definition of done, or clearly establishing what done will look like, so that the team exactly knows what we are developing closely matches the vision of my product owner. How about I ask Sandy, who is the senior business analyst for Royal Bank, to tell us or define definition of done. What does definition of done or acceptance or evaluation criteria mean, Sandy? So definition of done, guys, is also acceptance and evaluation criteria, just for us to know. Acceptance and evaluation criteria. So Sandy, who provides the acceptance and evaluation criteria?
Acceptance and evaluation criteria is assigned to the user stories based on the discussions where the discussion will happen between the product owner, the development team, which is basically the Scrum team. And that's when the acceptance and evaluation criteria gets assigned.
Very good. So guys, what Sandy said was that definition of done is something that should be established by the product owner and the team members together in a collaborative fashion, but the vision of definition of done always remains the accountability of the product owner. This is what she said, first thing. So how do we write an acceptance and evaluation criteria or definition of done statement, Sandy?
There will be three components that will be involved, which is if, which is basically the scenario or the precondition that is being tested. The second component is when, which will be established when the actual results and the expected results are the same. And there is a then component which will be established if the user story is a pass or a fail. Very good. You have to start slowing down when you speak, because information is great, but when we relay it so fast, people don't consume it. But great answer, actually. Great answer. So acceptance and evaluation criteria or definition of done has three components to it. Given. So Sandy, is given or if? It's if, then, and when. Given or if? Yeah, okay. Given or if? Is it given or if? You said if, I said given. It depends on how the team wants it, Hemant. So in RBC we use if, we don't use given. There you go. So again, it's all about organization to organization. In TD we call it given. In RBC we call it then, if, right? So think of an acceptance and evaluation criteria as a test case in a conventional project. If you're working on an IT-based project, a test case. What does a test case look like? This is what it looks like. The template looks like this. It contains test case ID, test case description, some data that we want to test. It contains what is the expected result. It contains what is the actual result, and if any comments are there. The same applies. Agile also has derived everything from our conventional philosophy that we've been using. But they said
acceptance and evaluation criteria or the test case should contain 3 components: given, the condition, when, the description, and then is it pass or fail? Is it pass or fail, right? But again, from exam standpoint, this is for your knowledge. From exam standpoint, definition of done is something that the team must know before developing the product so that they clearly map the deliverable to what the stakeholder wants or the product owner wants. And by doing so, by establishing the definition of done early, what do you guys think? Wendy, what do you think happens by establishing the definition of done early? What happens?
Then we can meet the stakeholder requirements.
Then we can satisfy them, right? Their satisfaction level will be higher because you are giving them exactly what they're looking for, correct?
Yeah, like we can meet the voice of the customer.
Yes, but there is one more thing. By establishing definition of done early in the project, I talked about a concept. We said stakeholders say something and we understand it very differently. What is that called? That you say something to me, but I convey it to my team very differently. There is some kind of gulf of evaluation. Gulf of evaluation has different people, correct?
Yeah.
If we talk about that concept, we did, right?
Yes.
Gulf of evaluation. So is it fair to say that definition of done can also help in this, the idea of gulf of evaluation, that we can reduce it? Yes, no?
Yes.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Because they're exactly telling us what they want. So this, what they want to what we understand now has been documented. When it is documented truth, no one can deny it now. Fair? Everyone with me? So the other side of this, extremely, extremely, extremely important. So here you go, important slide for you. So you should write down important for you. You can expect 4 to 6 questions on the exam from this slide, right? So very important slide for us.
Even just to just for clarity's sake, can you just repeat those 3 components of DoD?
Yeah, it's given, which is the condition.
Okay.
Given, when, and then.
Okay.
I have a question here.
Yes.
So for the definition of done, is this for the whole project? Because in Agile, you can have multiple iterations. So when we talk about the definition of done, is it for all iterations or just like, I would assume it's for all.
No, actually, you're a good question. So, and a very good question. It's for iteration, that specific iteration, right? Because our user story in the next iteration, there could be a competitive change which may lead to adding to user stories that were not part of the initial roadmap. So now your product has slightly shifted, right? So definition of done established for all the user stories that will be delivered in that one specific iteration. Fair?
So the charter is for the whole project, but then the definition of done is going to be revisited after each iteration, correct?
Yeah. So look, the charter says that this is what it is, right? The charter says, in the charter we wrote down that we will, this is charter said we will create a website. We don't have a website, we'll create a website, right? Now, in the first iteration, we said this will give them home page, about us page, and contact us page of the home page, about us page, and contact us page in the first iteration, number 1. Now this right here in the beginning, when the work started, here work is going to start, right here, we said to the stakeholders, guys, you gave us home page, about us page, and you gave us contact us page. We are delivering this. This is important for you. So what is it? What would it take for you to accept the home page when we have delivered it here? So the product owner says, as long as the home page is in English and French. As long as there are no grammar error, and as long as it matches my corporate identity of the company, I will accept it. And this becomes the acceptance and evaluation criteria. So when the team now starts developing it here, and they go and they start developing it, keeping in mind these points. And they get here at the end of the iteration, sprint review takes place, and now the product owner says, done, 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 move to next iteration. A new now they said product 3 will be delivered, product 4 will be delivered. You got it?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, perfect. So moving on, communicating with stakeholders, right? So again, agile principle. One of the 12 agile principle is frequent communication, face-to-face communication, co-location. So communication with stakeholders should be as frequent as possible. From exam standpoint, there are some important things here. The concept of information radiator. Information radiators comes into play. So communication, so we will quickly talk about the important point from these slides, which is what is an information radiator. You know what is information radiator? Information radiator is a method, or it is a tool which helps communicate information, communicate info, and makes it readily available. That's what radiators are all about. They make it readily available to stakeholders by keeping information as real time as possible. So what happens on agile projects is that agile teams, number one right here, would be like, guys, should we use a tool to communicate the information? And some of the stakeholders will be like, you know what, we are not comfortable with any tools. Okay. So what agile teams do is they will, in the lobby or high traffic area in the organization, in the department or in the group or in the war room, high traffic area where everyone goes, they will put a board. In that board, they will every day, one of the team members will go, one assigned a duty to go make this board as updated as possible. So it'll say total number of user stories working on today is 12. Delivery date is till 12th of December or whatever. Our current rate of burning is XYZ velocity and every 4 hours a team member is going and updating it. So a sponsor wants to see something, does not have to send an email to the project manager, takes a stroll to the cafeteria and says, awesome, project 1, project 2, information is being radiated with no complexity. It is available to everyone for any questions or anything, and it is kept. Look, this board will be rendered useless if it was not updated. So the purpose of information radiator is to keep it simple, provide information with simplicity, but keep it as real time as possible. So how do we do that? By allocating a team member who would be responsible every now and then to go and update it. Maybe the team can decide once in a day or twice a day, guys, during lunch hour, could someone go and do it? Anyone who is free during this time should go and update the information radiator. A great way of communicating information, especially on agile teams which are co-located. This works really, really well. You are not struggling with technology. You don't have to open the email. You just have to take a stroll. You just have to take a stroll to that board, look at the information. But the purpose would be completely defeated of this simplification of information if this is not kept real time. Keep it as real time as possible. Of course, you cannot make it what do you call it, just like an ATM machine that you withdraw money and immediately the balance get updated, right? But try keeping it as real time as possible. So again, looking here, so communications, so we talked about it, like frequent communication with stakeholder, up to date, right? That's what it said. Keep it as real time as possible. The word is real time on the ACP exam, and it should be the responsibility of one of the team members. So this in projects, if you see if the communication with your stakeholder would be broken, if you have broken communication, if you're not getting the right feedback from your stakeholders, the projects will go from good to bad very quickly and from bad to worse in no time, right? So how do we avoid this? Agile teams combat this challenge on the typo here on agile projects by focusing on making internal communication as intuitive, as simplistic as possible, right? And so we'll come to information radiator. This is just an information page for you. One thing that you need to remember is face-to-face communication is the most effective communication. If you had two options, A, B, C, and D, one was face-to-face and the other was face-to-face with whiteboarding, your answer will be face-to-face with whiteboarding. If whiteboarding doesn't exist, then face-to-face. If face-to-face doesn't exist, then video conferencing. If video conferencing is not there, then two-way phone call. If it's not there, then it won't go any deeper than that. So the best method to communicate is face-to-face with a whiteboard, then face-to-face, then video conferencing, and then an email is actually lower down. Email is the worst way. In agile teams are co-located, so we face-to-face communicate. So emails, they get buried sometimes and they do not work. So different types. The next slide is, we all know what are the different types of communication. It talks about verbal communication, which is spoken, what we say. This is not on the exam. This is not an exam, like nursery exam. So it's just an information slide, but this will be on the exam. When the teams get distributed, when they are distributed, or what's happening now, we are working remotely, or if the teams are, in other words, geographically dispersed, then we start facing a challenge. The challenge is we cannot see people, so we do not know the body language. Body language, or sometimes called the non-verbal cues. Non-verbal cues. So non-verbal communication happens on teams when they are geographically when we do not see people, how they are reacting to or how they are feeling when we are saying something to them. So non-verbal communication, usually this challenge exists with distributed team or geographically dispersed team, and the challenge is when you are not able to see people, you sometimes do not know how they're feeling, whether they're understanding what they're saying, what we are saying or not. So to overcome that, if your agile team is distributed or geographically dispersed, you may use combination of co-located and so co-located teams and video conferencing. You could use combination of both to make it as real-time, face-to-face as possible, right? So remember, the idea of agile is keep it as face-to-face as possible. If it is face-to-face is not possible because of distributed team, keep it maybe video conferencing or as real-time as possible. The next slide, which is always on all our courses, shows you clearly. So remember, there is the richest medium. The richest medium is face-to-face with whiteboard. So again, from exam standpoint, there will be a question on this agile team philosophy. The team should be face-to-face ideally. If we cannot have the team face-to-face because they are distributed or they're geographically dispersed, then maybe adopt the idea of video conferencing. Now look, emails, etc., they are not so rich. They're not considered rich. They are low at the bottom. Conventional project use emails. The project get delayed sometimes. Sensitive information is not looked into because it's falling into the email. but so in Agile, we use something called boards, information radiators to radiate information. Information radiators. So there are some examples of various different documents that you may create on an Agile project. Various different documents that you may create. You can create a product backlog. There could be a release log, sprint backlog, burn down chart, something that we're going to learn in our next class. It's coming, all these things. But right now they're not relevant, but there are these different kinds of charts or documents that you could create on Agile based projects. So right now, not important now, but from exam standpoint, very important. But not because this is part of one of our sessions. All this will be discovered, but these are the different kind of written documents that you may see on Agile project. We're going to look at each one of them when we get there, and you will know all of them at that time, right? So next is understand all different kinds of communication. So Mahera, what was the first, the richest medium from exam standpoint? Okay, let's go to Hamza. Hamza, what was the richest medium?
Face-to-face with the whiteboard.
Absolutely, with whiteboard. Let's go to Mohammed. What was the second richest medium?
The second was just face-to-face.
Very good. Amandeep, what was the third one? When the team become distributed, now you cannot be face-to-face. So what would you do?
Video conferencing.
Or you will use combination of face-to-face, whiteboard, face-to-face, and video conferencing, right? So question for Pranay. Pranay, video conferencing. So what does it do when the team, what is one challenge that we face when the team become geographically dispersed, or when the team are not co-located, or in other words become distributed? What is one of the challenges that you face?
Communicating the vision or the message.
What is the challenge with distributed teams? What is the challenge? What is one challenge with teams that are co-located? So people that you cannot see, what will be the challenge? You will not be able to understand their body language, correct?
Okay.
Right, body language. So to overcome this, so if you're working with distributed teams, this challenge of body language, because we cannot see people, how they're reacting, how they're behaving, how they're not how they're behaving, how they're reacting and feeling about the information we're providing them. To overcome that, we should with distributed team, try using some technology where we can see them. For example, video conferencing, right? Okay. So there, you should know all this. These are the questions you will see on the ACP exam around communication types. Know when to use each specific type of communication. Face-to-face is the preferred communication. Keep this in mind, right? So there is an exam question. This is an ACP exam question right here for you, based on just this slide. So everyone needs to listen to this question very carefully. The question is, you are an agile coach. You are an agile coach. And at this time, one of your stakeholders who is distributed team member and very influential influential has asked for a report. This member has asked for a report. A report on resource. This report will be on report on resource consumption. Let's just say this is the report that this stakeholder. What should you do? The question is, what should you do? 90% of people overthink what should you do. There is nothing like overthinking. 4 options: A, B, C, and D. So A, B, C, and D. So A option is send the stakeholder the weekly report. Send the stakeholder the weekly report. Right here, weekly report. There is option B, there is option C, and then there is option D, which says, option C says, this stakeholder is very influential, so prepare a dashboard so that they can use this information at any point of time. Prepare a dashboard. And D is call this stakeholder, book a meeting with this stakeholder every Friday and provide status. So guys, based on what we are learning about communication, how would you answer this question? This is a 100% exam question. How would you answer this question now? Thinking about this concept that we just discussed.
D.
D, very good. Exactly D. So 90% of people, according to PMI, made this mistake. According to one of the exam studies, they said people were not thinking. They should look at the rich to the leanest medium, sending status, email, reports, dashboard, etc., etc., etc. is not the right thing to do. The right thing to do is influential stakeholder. If I cannot have a face-to-face meeting, if I cannot video conference, pick up the phone and say every Friday, 15 minutes, let's talk, and I'll give you the status. Okay, good. Guzman, there was Guzman, right? Does everyone agree? Does everyone agree with this based on the concept?
Yes.
Everyone? Okay, awesome.
Yes.
So these are the questions that you get on the exam. It's a test of mindset, right? It's a test of concept over memorizing things. There is nothing to memorize here. Next is engaging stakeholders using collaboration games. You know why collaboration games? For decision making. Decision making. They help in decision making because, as I said in the beginning, stakeholders are presented tough choices. If there are tough choices and if we will have tough meetings, there will be tough decisions. Sometimes we want to kind of like make the environment a little light and make tough decisions in a light-hearted environment, right? In a very light-hearted environment. So what happens? So what happens is sometimes we have created collaborative games. Collaborative games, various different kinds of collaborative games that we will be discussing as part of value delivery, our next section, value delivery. But I've written few here that we'll be revisiting. One of them is, one is remember the future. It is a vision setting exercise where, you know, today, so it's today is 7th of Feb. Oh, sorry, 7th of March, I'm a month behind. March, 7th of March. Today is 7th of March. And the release is going to take place on 6th of April after 4th week. So the stakeholders are sitting together in the room. The Agile coach is asking the stakeholders, guys, think about 6th of April. Think about that we have already delivered the product to you. Think about this journey, entire journey, from today till 6th of April. We are thinking about it on 7th of March. Let's think about it together. And let's imagine this 6th of April. Let's imagine 6th of April has been successfully completed, and look back now and describe what happened. what happened for this release to be successful? So you are remembering the future today, you're thinking on 6th of April, and you're thinking that this product is successful. And you're going back from there and think, what is it that made this product successful? Someone said, guys, we should establish the definition of done right in the beginning. It will help us make this product successful. Someone said, every day and stand up, everyone will meet. Because we met, impediments came out and impediments got resolved on time. Guys, with the distributed team members that are sitting, think about it. We want everyone to participate. Let's include video conferencing. You're thinking of all those things that happened to make that successful release, remembering the future. From exam standpoint, it's just like teams are imagining a future release date and they're trying to visualize what made it successful. What are you doing, right? You're remembering the future. And there is this other aspect also that you get tested. It's called pre-mortem. 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 We also not only think about successes all the time, sometimes stakeholders on 7th of March think about 6th of April and think about this project has failed. What are those things that happened because this project failed? You are making a list of all those risks in the beginning itself. So identification of risk can also be done by using a similar collaborative game called Remember the Future. It's called pre-mortem. The reason I didn't list it because we are repeating all this one more time as part of value delivery chapter and the next chapter, right? So that is why it's not here, but pre-mortem, keep it in mind. Pre-mortem is like we do post-mortem of unsuccessful projects sometimes. Post-mortem, pre-mortem is the project has not yet started. This iteration has not started, but thinking about, let's just think this project has failed. What are those reasons that you guys think together? Let's think together that which led to failure of this project, right? And our teams are thinking about, it could be this, it could be, so they are documenting risks by doing that. They're documenting risks. Now, this game, the prune the tree, as you say, prune the tree. So, let's go to, so Meham, question for you. Question is, what do stakeholders provide us?
Stakeholders provide us with support.
Oh, they provide us support? Really?
No.
Absolutely.
No.
Not at all. This is not their job to provide us support. They provide us something else more critical. So Pavanjit is also a BA. So let's ask Pavanjit. Pavanjit, what do stakeholders provide us? Why do we go to our stakeholders?
Provide the requirements.
Absolutely. To provide that. That is the primary reason why stakeholders exist for us, right? Stakeholders, they have requirements for us. First, they will give us requirements, then they will support us. Always. That's the principle. Projects deliver requirements. You know, if someone said to me, what do projects deliver? I always say they deliver requirements of my stakeholders. So stakeholders provide us requirements. So Pavanjit, in the course of your work in BMO as a business analyst, you capture requirements. Does every project deliver all the requirements of the stakeholders, everything that they want?
Absolutely not. Like, never happens that way.
Never happens because we have limitations and constraints. Fair? Yeah. Right? Because we have constraints, so no, we cannot deliver everything. So sometimes what happens is in agile projects, we write down all the stakeholders' requirements on a tree like this. We create a tree and we write down their requirements here and we prune this tree, right? My apple tree should have apples rather than leaves. Would you not want an apple tree to have apple, or would you like it to have leaves every year? No, right? We want to have apple. So we want to keep those requirements or those branches where apples will exist rather than cutting off those branches. So prune the tree is an exercise to gather and shape requirements. If you know this, you will get the question right, but I've never seen this question on anyone's exam up till now. But if you get this, you'll get it right, right? Prune the tree. So any questions around pre-mortem, remember the future, prune the tree, and then there is speedboat. Speedboat is another interesting game. Really, it's very boring. No one plays this game, but because they have written it, so we'll have to probably look at this. Speedboat. So this is your destination. I want to get to this checkered flag right here. Checkered flag is black and white, so let's make it. I want to get to this checkered flag right there. Formula One race is going to take place, and we'll make this nice checkered flag. This is like for me to rest a little bit. Draw the checkered flag. Draw it. Slow down. There you go. Checkered flag is here. We have our checkered flag, right? We're going to end here. The boat starts from here. The stakeholders are asked to imagine, and then there is sail. The wind behind the sail. What will propel this boat forward? What are those things that can happen, which were opportunities for us? Opportunities for us, and it will help move it faster to the checkered flag. What are those things that are going to become barriers like rocks that will come our way? So they draw these pictures, and every rock they write the name. Size of the rock defines the level of impact it can cause. Like Titanic can sink, unsinkable, sank. So there we go. So it's a game. Again, you don't need to, they will not ask you to draw a boat and all that kind of stuff, right? You don't have to be an artist like me, but you can do without your artistry. You can just go about just knowing that this game is played to understand the identification of risks and opportunities, or positive risks. Threats are negative risks, opportunities are positive risks. The environment of business and the project management with Agile project is becoming extremely interesting. It is so interesting that I will actually encourage the birthday boy to talk about a game that they played at CIBC recently, and how do they de-stress on Agile projects. So Anmol, what do you guys do to de-stress sometimes? Hear from him. It is so interesting, this environment, that you will, if you are able to integrate into the team with your emotional intelligence, you can really deliver value and enjoy the workplace. You know, the workplace, the fun place, this is where the fun place is. Anmol, just tell us a little bit about it.
Well, the games we played and the ones that we enjoyed the most was Pictionary. It was the only game that really brought every single person to really contribute, and you know.
What would you guys do there?
Sorry?
What would you guys do playing that game? What would happen?
Well, we would pick out, we would have a set of cards with topics on it. Sometimes it would be related to the project. Majority of the time it would not be, just so we can kind of break the tension with the entire group. And then we would have a few people try to reenact what the word actually says on the card, and the entire, at least one side of the team would try to guess what the person is trying to put across.
Right.
And we played it quite often actually, so it was very fun.
Fun, and did it lead to building great relationship, knowing your stakeholders a little bit better, and better energy in the team?
Oh, absolutely. Our Scrum Master actually made sure that and insisted that we all participate, even product owners, project managers, stakeholders at times. So majority of the time we had every single person in the room participating, which definitely built better relationships.
So this chapter called Stakeholder Engagement. While engaging with stakeholders, there will be so many times when situations are going to become very stressful. To diffuse these situations, and also we will have to form relationship with our product owner, these powerful stakeholders. So these kind of collaborative games increase the engagement of our stakeholders, and they make the environment a fun environment, because the teams, remember, one of the agile principles, out of the 12 principles, if someone names the principle I want to hear, I will transfer $20 to you right now for a coffee, because you will need a coffee, right? Tell me what is that principle that can sometimes make people think that. Let me give you the clue also. No, just think about it. Think about one of those principles. Now, don't go out there reading the book. So what do you think? Which principle is that? Oh, 5-second rule is over. The principle
Motivated individuals.
Wrong. Now you will give me 20%. Every time you give a wrong. So this is, there we go. We can start a casino here right now. There we go. This is what Agile is all about.
Hey, Hemant, can you just repeat the question?
There you go. Excitement is growing because Okay, the question is, one of the principle, clearly the agile, I started like that, the agile environments can get very, very stressful, extremely stressful, very stressful sometimes. So there to diffuse the situation, and Mole said at CIBC they play various collaborative game. One of them is Pictionary, and the Scrum Master always ensures that all the stakeholders, the team members, the coaches, the product owners, they come there. Even the heavyweights of the organization should come there. They come there, leads to building great relationship, de-stressing, engagement becomes higher. People who do not usually speak or start speaking. The fear of not speaking goes away slowly. So my question was, why? Why do we do this on agile projects? What is one of those principles that is listed?
Building high performance.
Sorry?
Courage.
Courage is not a principle. Courage is a value of Scrum. You are testing my knowledge from the book, and I'm not even looking at the book. I'm just throwing this out to you. It is one of the values of Scrum. That's the guys, principles. There are 12 principles.
Development the team, building the team.
One by one. There you go.
Team can become effective.
No.
Is it being simple?
Simplicity.
Work with business.
Continuous motivated individuals.
Co-located teams.
Co-located teams. Oh my God, you are also giving
continuous attention.
Continuous attention.
I have made a lot of money. How about I stop making money here, because I'm already making a lot of money.
Empowering teams.
Right here.
You just have to give out 20 now.
Indefinite sustainable pace. Tell someone that you have to work indefinitely at a sustainable pace. How would you feel? Tell me. How would you feel? You just missed it, right? Indefinite sustainable pace. Sustainable looks okay. To marginalize it, imagine you are told 12 iterations every 3 weeks, deliver something. Will you be stressed? I think I'll be very stressed. Sitting in a co-located environment, being watched every day, and I have to speak about what did I do yesterday, what am I planning to do today, and what are the impediments. I have been on a project where I have built my organization for 7 months without working because there was no work. So am I not going to build them? I built them, right? So there you go. How did I hide like this in my early career? Because the elephant was so big that you could really hide behind it. You could play hide and seek and no one would even know that Hemant exists on the project. No one cared. I was a body, right? You become a body. On large programs, there are so many bodies that are floating around at $70 an hour. The program manager doesn't have time to account for this. There is no accounting going on the project. It's a grand failure of waterfall projects. You can't hide here. So the answer was sustainable pace, and everyone who opened their mouth actually owes me $20. There you go. We're making money. Anyways, let's keep moving. Okay, so we come to our next slide where I've written it is extremely, 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 extremely important. Every bullet here is an exam question. And just here, we can answer those questions. You will take some good notes. Emotional intelligence should be demonstrated on agile teams. One of the reasons we hire people, the reason for which we hire people is because we want to see a high level of emotional intelligence in our team member. If they do not have emotional intelligence, they cannot sustain in this environment, right? There will be conflicts. So because when people work together, there are conflicts that emerge. But if people do not have the ability to understand other people's opinions, the conflicts get really, really big. Conflicts are welcome, but they should not get so big that they call it world war level. Conflict should not get to world war level, right? Where we don't even want to see each other's faces. We want to keep them at the level where we can look into each other's eyes and talk about an opinion, present an opinion, right? So emotional intelligence in the exam questions are around acquiring agile teams. What is one trait that we should look into our team members is emotional intelligence. Second, when there is a conflict, listen to your stakeholders and understand what they are feeling, or empathy, emotional intelligence. So 2 questions on the exam. Empathy for conflict resolution. Number 1, when you're hiring people, this quotient should be very high in them, right? Second, we said this question was for Gaurangna, and I said, you and I are having a difference in opinion, and you called me into a meeting. What would you do? She said, I will present my point of view. I said, no, this is not how it happens. We should first listen to our stakeholders. So the best way to resolve a conflict is listen first before you say, right? Listen to understand, not react. Listen to understand, not react. Right? So that's the philosophy. Active listening. Active listening does not mean that this is not what it is. It is not hearing people. It is about understanding people. Understanding. Listen. Active listening is hearing to understand, right? Hearing to understand, not just listening and leaving. Understand. So active listening, very important. When there is a conflict, you should actively listen first. So facilitation, in the beginning of the class, I said something. And there's a question to someone, and let's just go to maybe here. This question is for you. When would you facilitate? When would you facilitate as a business analyst?
I don't know the answer to this one.
Okay, all right. So Akshi, when would you facilitate?
When we have to negotiate or for conflict resolution, maybe between two stakeholders, when we want to create a win-win situation.
Okay, all right. Kanwal, what do you think? What would you are reading an exam question on ACP, and you see something in the exam, one statement, which you don't even look at the option, you say the answer is facilitation.
It's regarding the interpersonal skills and conflicting priorities.
Very good. You in the exam question, you saw conflicting priorities, right? And then you facilitate. So I don't need to facilitate and waste everyone's time, the 3 hours workshop. I do it because people have different priorities, and we want to come to a common understanding and consensus on those priorities, as Manish said in the beginning of the class, that generate value. Those and prioritization. Sometimes you ask people, what do you think is prioritization? And people would fail to even answer this simple question. Prioritization is ranking. Rank. Why do we prioritize? Because we want to rank. Ranking it. That's why we prioritize, right? We rank 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So negotiation, as we said, and John F. Kennedy actually said this, that let us never fear to negotiate. Let us never fear, or he said, let us never be afraid of negotiation. Let us never fear to negotiate. Something like that. John F. Kennedy, if you look at it, there's a great statement he made about negotiation. The idea is to win-win, not win-lose, right? Both the parties, when they leave the table after negotiation, they should feel that they won. They got something out of it, right? It should not be like Trump, that only one, I will win, you will not win here. Only one person can win, right? Both parties should win, take something from the table. Happy, right? Conflict resolution, as I said, maps to active listening. They are related. In the exam, they are related to each other. Conflict resolution, active listening. And conflict resolution, empathy, emotional intelligence. Keep this in mind. And then we talked about participatory decision making. One of them, I talked about it in the beginning itself. It was simple voting. And I asked this question to Akshi, and I'll go back to her again. So Akshi, simple voting. Explain to the class what is simple voting.
Simple voting is where we just take the majority.
A quick method of decision making.
Yeah.
So guys, simple voting is a quick method of decision making, and the disadvantage, Akshi, is
that we don't we don't have clarity on the disadvantages, that basically people who are voting against, we don't know why they're voting against. We don't have clarity on that.
Or we do not have time. We do not, because of the shortage of time. Sometimes some of the opinions that may
there's a reservation of voicing their opinion.
Yeah, so there may be times when because time is of essence during this time. So we may not be able to hear about some reservations or limitations that people have about the decision, and some of the risks may go uncovered, right? So there we go. Simple wording, raise of hand. It's called raise of hands, right? Then slightly better than simpler wording sometimes is this next technique. And this technique is where people would thumbs up, thumbs down, and sideways, right? Thumbs up, thumbs down, and sideways. Where thumbs up means I'm with you, thumbs down means I'm not with you, sideways means I have some reservations right now. If you help me, if you help address some of my questions, concerns, I can be with you. So another way, slightly better. Is it on the exam? No, but it is.
I mean, Hemant is the same. Is this the Roman, correct? Is the same name? Is they call it Roman?
Roman voting is on PIM box 7, as we discussed, right, Gazwan? And it's just
Yes.
thumbs up and thumbs down. It doesn't go sideways. Hardly goes sideways.
Right.
Thumbs up, thumbs down. Roman voting, right? Because gladiators, right? Gladiators, kill him. He survives. Kill him. Remember Russell Crowe, the gladiator, and that famous king, the famous king who recently won Oscar in The Joker. The Joker, he came back in Joker. Do you guys see the new Joker? Joker is Joker? No, it's not. Is it Joker?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the guy who was Gladiator, the king in
Joaquin Phoenix.
No, he was.
Yeah.
He was, because he's a mark on his face.
Oh, no, you're talking about Joaquin Phoenix. Sorry.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, there we go. Gladiator. Gladiator for you. A beautiful movie. If you saw Gladiator that year, you also saw another movie. It was from Russell Crowe again, The Beautiful Mind, right? It's about a mathematician who had some issues, other issues also, but there we go. Then there is Fist of 5. Again, from exam standpoint, they will not ask you what does 1 finger mean or what does 5 fingers mean here. That's not the criteria, right? Criteria is all these techniques help make decisions. They're collaborative decision-making techniques, but just for you to know, fist means I'm against it. All 5 means I'm fully with you, right? Less than 3 fingers mean, or 2 or 1 finger means I am not with you. I need a discussion on this. We need a discussion on it, right? Up to 3 is all good, but really the idea is to bring stakeholders to all 5. We agree, right? Fist means not with you at all. You really there's a disagreement. You really need to get the stakeholder on board or get their buy-in or start talking to them, right? So again, from exam standpoint, the idea is not the fist and this, it is a collaborative game. Helps in decision making and increases the participation of stakeholders, and very easy to do it too, right? Very easy. So if someone raises 2 fingers, guys, what happens? What do you do? What do you do? Pranay, what would you do if someone raises 2 fingers?
You would communicate the benefit to them, try to get them on board.
No, but here, if you look at the picture, it means they require discussion with you.
Right. Oh, sorry.
Maybe it's not about the benefits. Maybe they just feel that there is no point in this requirement at all, right? So they may have some disagreements, so they require some decision. So 2 less than 1, or less than 2 and less than 2 fingers means that there is some kind of discussion, debate that needs to take place here, right? Remember, Agile is about dialogue with stakeholders over debate. You will not find the word debate in this book at all. It's about a dialogue over debate, and it is about a conversation over an argument. You will not find the word argument, right? Have conversations with people over an argument. Have a dialogue over debate. Debate does not yield anything in life, right? In the schools, we're like, there is a debate. Debate always has a winner. And that win-lose situation, especially in children, actually in early days itself, we put this winners and losers situation or mindset in our kids, right? Strange, unfortunate, actually. So the idea should be to have a dialogue. Schools should use the term dialogue. What's your dialogue in this? What's your opinion on this? Not a competition, right? Conversations over argument. This is the philosophy of Agile from communication standpoint. There's so much to communication that we could talk about, but here we are at osmotic communication. We already discussed that. So I'm going to ask someone in the class, anyone who wants to talk about it to the class can use this opportunity to become a speaker. Okay, who wants to speak about osmotic communication based on how I presented it? Go ahead, guys. Someone can.
Kumar here, I'll take it. Osmotic communication is like a sponge absorbing a liquid. So as and when you are a passive listener to something that's going on in your environment, whereas you absorb the information. So when teams are co-located, it helps them because they are passive listeners to what is happening around them.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and sometimes that leads to also the team members increasing their knowledge and maybe slowly turning into a T-shaped individual from an
T-shaped individual from
which is T-shaped individual, Manish, are also called
generalized specialist.
Generalizing specialists, right? So there we go. Good job, guys. Very, very good. That was good. Then there is co-location. Osmotic communication happens because of co-location. Why co-location? Why co-location? So let's go. Venkatesha, why co-location? What does co-location do?
It will bring in more synergy within the team.
No, but what is co-location all about? Co-location, what does it do?
It will increase the learning among the team members.
What happens when you and I sit in the same place? What do? We have face-to-face communication, correct?
Yes.
The idea of co-location is face-to-face communication. Only when you are co-located is when osmotic communication takes place. As Kumar and rightly said, passive listening happening, right? And actively unconscious. I use a better word, unconscious, because passive actually sometimes is right. Unconscious listening is taking place, right? Now, the other concept of Agile is caves and commons, right? Look, co-located. Product owner could be a senior vice president. Are you going to put them in a 10 by 10 or 20 by 20 room with others? No, not because they are very special people. No, sometimes they have some personal policy decisions to make. Are you going to make them sit in the room with you when company or the organization needs a decision that needs to be made right now? They will not be available. They have proxies sitting into the room, right? So sometimes what happens is product owners sometimes have a vested interest in the product. This product becomes their baby. They're there, but sometimes they want to step out. So in Agile environment, what they have done is that considering the needs of people and time for privacy, thinking, all of us need to think for ourselves. So similarly, teams also, if the team is so conscious of one thing that we're getting stressed, let's play some game, they've also created great working environments. One is a war room where everyone sits. They are called commons. But if you have some private conversation with your family that you need to have, if you need to have a private conversation with a team member, or if you just want to relax, there is also a cave that has been created where you can go and you can order a drink, sit, sleep, do whatever. There's an open bar there. No, it's just a beautiful name. Cave is nothing but a table and a chair in some strange kind of a weird room where you could go and sit and relax for some time or have a conversation, right? Caves and commons. So in the exam, you will find one question from here, and the question will be, some of the team members are at this time wanting some private space because they are working on a code which is extremely important, and it is other team members' conversation is disturbing them. So what should the Scrum Master do here? Options could be Scrum Master should ask the team to stay quiet. What's the point then? Co-located team, osmotic communication, and they're saying stay quiet, guys, because one of our senior. No, you just tell the developer, I've created a space for you. Whenever there is a time when you need silence, please go into the cave and use that cave, right? So that's the idea of Agile. So very simple concepts. Don't waste too much time reading it in the book because waste of time, right? We all know what caves and commons are. Third is, fourth option here is pair programming. This is what I want to discuss with you from XP standpoint. One of the things, XP, extreme programming. You know what XP is all about? I've been part of an XP project. We called it Rapid Application Development, RAD. Another form of Agile, RAD, Rapid Application Development, or extreme programming. Extreme programming. So extreme programming is where, let's just say, for example, Liliana is a stakeholder. Or I'll give you another example. Liliana is a stakeholder who works in my second project at Lincoln Financial. She actually says, I want to build a wealth management tool. And she acquires a developer instead of acquiring Pavanjeet, the business analyst. She doesn't want anyone between her, and she says, I can communicate my requirements straight to developer. I don't want to waste my time. Extreme programming. Requirements, development team jumps in, start developing whatever the business owner wants. There's direct interaction going on. There is no liaison that's going on in between, right? So Liana says, well, there you go, and I start coding. But I don't do it all on my own. I have another person who, when I'm coding in this extreme programming environment, continues to review my code right there. And this is what is called pair programming. What happens in pair programming is, let's say Rahul is a very senior developer. I'm not a senior developer. I'm pairing him. He writes the code. I review the code. Learning is taking place. So tomorrow, if Rahul goes on vacation for a week, I quickly jump into the role and start coding, right? Pair programming, a concept of Agile. But why pair programming? Frequent verification, frequent validation. That's what it is. Immediately, you're not waiting for the code to be deployed and then test it. You are testing it when it is being developed. Components are being written. So pair programming is a concept of Agile. Questions in the exam, 3 to 4 questions. 1, frequent validation, verification of code, number 1. Number 2, the second important thing is, someone out there, no one is becoming indispensable in this team. One person leaves, the other person takes over. Pair programming. Third, a junior team member has just joined the team. There's a senior developer. Junior team member needs to come to speed. Pair them with another person. Third reason. And the fourth reason is, it creates the idea of courage. The idea of courage, demonstration of courage, is truly represented in Agile by people's ability to present their half-done work to people and say, look at it, without any shame. It's not complete, right? Because the idea of life anymore is not perfection. As I said last week, it is purpose. Is the purpose right or not, right? Perfection, no one has been able to achieve. No one is perfect here, right? So XP, pair programming, those are the concepts. But first concept is that pair programming concept. Second concept is refactoring. Now, if you're not a developer, you really don't need to read all this for the exam. You don't want to waste your time on this. XP, you need to know 2 things. 1, pair programming. Second, refactoring. What is refactoring? You know, if you've ever done development or if you've done coding, what happens is you write code, you write these 1,000-line codes, and then you take them into a test area, you kind of test and all that. Refactoring is cleaning up the code as and when you write it. Continue to clean it, clean the component so that it doesn't become too bulky. Sometimes bulky codes, integration becomes very, very difficult with bulky codes. So again, you don't need to know all this. It's not for real life. You're not a developer. This is not for you. But from exam standpoint, refactoring means when you do the work, clean the work. It's like every day I sit and study and I leave my books on the table. I have this habit. The table looks so dirty at the end of the week because it's full of books. What I can do is every day I can maybe study 5 minutes less, but to not have this feeling of clutter, I can spend 5 minutes, fold my papers, put them on the side nicely. That's what everyday developer should write a code. They should clean their code right there, so that integration in future becomes easier rather than cleaning in the end. Clean your work as you do, as you perform, verify, validate. The same principle, right? That's what the second principle that I want to talk about XP to you today. Which brings us to a couple of other slides, just three slides. I talked about communication to you and I said information radiators. Make information readily available by using simple information information communication tools. Simple. One of them is the whiteboards that you could use. These are called low tech, high touch. Low tech, high touch. We were presenting at Tesla last week a demo for 2 hours. Did you know that their whole room was full of whiteboards? Everything. There is no such technology in there. The company that talks about artificial intelligence left and right uses nothing, no technology in the office. Can you believe it? They're whiteboarders. They only whiteboard. Why? Because they believe in low tech involvement and engagement of people. Low tech. Not everyone is a techie in the world, right? Technology is mere enablement. Technology's job is only enablement. Did you guys know that first people to get fired when a company goes to an economic downturn are IT people, because they are considered the most useless people? Because we can survive without technology, but we cannot survive without operations. Operational people are the last to go. People who are making cookies in a factory will live. People who are doing accounting using expensive software would leave. They say, I will get my register and I'll start doing manual accounting again, live with this, but the cookies are not built on time. I won't have business, I won't have revenue, right? So low tech, keep it as low tech as possible, because only think about, again, emotional intelligence. The idea is not to use sophisticated reports. The idea is to communicate the message in a simplistic form that is consumable. If the message is not consumable, what is the point of using this great tool where stakeholders just feel overwhelmed logging into the dashboard? We create this, project has not even started. I know one of the program managers, Ian Rowe from IBM. IBM has a habit of wasting organizations' money. They come and make the dashboard. I'm going to make the dashboard. How much money am I going to spend on it? $1.2 million. For what? For what? Why can't I execute 2 simple projects with $1.2 million, then need your dashboard? I said, how about you use a whiteboard right here with me and show me your skills first, right? Let's see your skills. How do you create a dashboard? So the idea of dashboard is a bad idea now. They say, why spend money? The project has not delivered any value, and we are building something that is not used by my end users. My end users are suffering because of a problem that they're facing, and you are saying, I'll create a dashboard for the project. Let's keep it low tech, they said. A whiteboard and high touch. People should be able to see it and put it in high traffic areas. Everyone should be transparently able to see the information that is being relayed. That is why I did not talk about 2 topics in the very beginning. One was transparency. Communication without transparency is no communication. You can make all corrupted information available to a stakeholder. It is of no use, because remember, information is used for decision making, right? So right here, I said, this is extremely important for you for this exam. And I wrote down those points here for you in this slide right here. We came up with this together. And then I said, there is another slide, and we created a small little mind map right here. We said, engage the stakeholders, share the information, form working agreements, collaborate with your stakeholders, negotiate in conflicts, establish shared vision, develop shared understanding. There were 2 more points. One was transparent. Keep it as transparent. Transparency. Because remember, transparency is in information is extremely critical, because if you will give information that is not correct, if your project is not doing well and you say your project is doing well, you will not get any help, right? The next week the project will turn into red. So if the project is not doing well, transparently communicate it, because someone out there will have an idea to support you. That's why the idea of interdependent teams, right? So communication should be transparent. Information should be kept as transparent as possible. So let's take a look at last slide for today. And on Thursday, we will go over this chapter and the 20 questions at the end of the book. You will attempt your quiz, but the 20 questions at the end of the chapter that you have received, Pawanjit, you will be receiving the email shortly if you have not received it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I haven't. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it will be coming. So low tech, high touch. We talked about information radiators in the beginning itself. Then there is something called daily stand up, something that happens every day in the Scrum environment. Every team member speaks about what did we do yesterday, what are we planning to do today, and are there any impediments and roadblocks that we are facing. So so Amandeep, what do you think? Why do we do this? What are we doing by talking about what did we do yesterday, what are we planning to do today, and are there any impediments or roadblocks we are facing? What are we trying to achieve by this?
We're doing that to reduce the stress of
doing that to reduce the stress. I mean, I'll be very stressful talking about what did I do yesterday because people are going to hear about my work because maybe I was having coffee all day. No, actually, that's not the right answer. The answer is communication, relaying of information in a free environment. Everyone hears about what's going on. Transparency. The idea is transparency. Idea is also to eliminate waste, right? It is an unsaid statement of Agile because it creates fear in people's mind. But weak links get removed in Agile within the first 2 weeks. People who talk and don't do any good are noticed within a week. Okay, last week you had the same statement, this week say what's going on. We'll not talk to you, but we'll have a huddle among ourselves to see you are not, if you're maybe not good for this environment, something else, but not here, right? So radical candor. There is this concept. I don't know if you've read the book Kim Scott. Kim Scott wrote one of the best books ever, and all the world, the entire world, not just one corporation, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, there is no company where she does not go and trade. Kim Scott. The book is called Radical Candor. And she believes in things like, because she has been a boss, she believes in people should call me boss. I'm the boss, right? Boss. She doesn't believe in managers. She's the boss. People should say to the person they report to as boss. Radical candor. What does that mean? It means your ability to clearly specify to people or provide direct feedback. Agile is about direct feedback because there is this concept in Agile that they draw on day one. When you go and work in an Agile environment, on day one, someone out there will make this thing right there in front of you. Say, guys, look, we all are experts, and here you go. What do you guys think this is? The Agile coach will draw this in front of you. I'll say, guys, what do you think this is? What do you think this is, guys? There's some the Agile coach, because they're very fun people, right? The environment, there's some lettuce in there, there are tomatoes and all that, right? The Agile coach will draw this in front of you. And of course, Rahul, you would say this is don't say it's a juicy hamburger, just say it's a hamburger. Right? But from Kim Scott, Agile teams picked up from that book, and they said, Kim Scott said, this is not a hamburger. This is the way of giving a feedback. Our lack of courage with our team members and lack of trust, sometimes what it leads to is we give people feedback. We want to give them this feedback right here. We want to give our people this feedback right here in the center. But we give them two good feedbacks before, we are so scared even giving our team members feedback, and then we give them the bad feedback. This is called a shit sandwich, serving shit to people. Talk about good, oh, you know what a nice week last week, right? You played hockey, awesome, oh, nice. And then the lower part comes, and how's the family doing, and all that 15 minutes of BS goes, and like, you know what, there are certain things that you could improve on, and by the time people leave the room, they think that they actually got good feedback, right? They had a good conversation. They never realize, because we have a habit as managers to give people shit sandwiches. So Kim Scott said really something really great. She said, well, gone are those days. First of all, we should form trust with our team members, and then we should have the courage to tell them pointed feedback, direct feedback. and you should be able to give people the direct feedback, because they should first know that you care about them. When people know that you care about them, they don't really care about them. They don't care. They don't get defensive. They're like, you are saying, I'll work on it. How about next week I come back to you and show you and some changes in my work ethics, my work, the ways I work. So Shit Sandwich, that book talks about it. Beautifully done book. If you have some time, pick up that book, read it. It's a really, really, really nice book, right? So, and all the leadership in the world has been trained on this. This book is the foundation of training for leadership right now. Kim Scott, Radical Candor. It is the scripture of leadership. No, all 5 banks leaders were trained by Kim Scott based on Radical Candor, right? Direct feedback, because I care. So low tech, high touch, we have already talked about it, and information radiators. Take a look at it. If you have any questions, get back to me. And this is done for today. That's it. This is where we stop, right? So guys, what do you think? How are you guys feeling about Agile? No questions?
Yeah, go ahead. Hemant, I'm saying getting into the mode of the Agile, like understanding.
Very good. Yeah, and actually, if you are hearing me well and you're taking your notes, you are actually ready to write the exam within 10 days of this course, right? But we will wait about 20 days because you will be part of the sprint. You will go through the sprint, attempt those 480 questions or 500 questions that we have for you. Once you have done that, scored 70% of that, there is no way you are failing the exam, right? There's no failing of this exam.
Okay.
So
thanks, Hemant.
Yeah. Anything else, guys? Any other questions from what we covered right now? Sorry, the class got a little late. Got into a couple of stories with you, but stories are important to keep everyone engaged, right? Otherwise, the content is boring. Good. All right.